Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody who's in the building early. If you guys can hear me and see everything okay on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me or see me for whatever reason, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face, all right? What we are going to do tonight is talk about unapologetic information being spread. And the unapologetic information being spread does not help anyone in Springfield, Ohio, or anyone dealing with the migrant crisis. And we got to ask the question, these people who are spreading unapologetic misinformation, are they doing it simply to get the conversation laughed at, turned into a complete circus, and completely disregarded so that it's not addressed at all? How would spreading misinformation help? I don't know how it would help at all. If anything, when people spread misinformation, it makes people think that they're liars. It makes people think that they're not smart. It makes people think that they're not serious about the issue that it is that they're bringing forward. As a result of doing that, certain things can get downplayed, certain things can get overlooked, certain things can be not taken serious until it's too late. Everybody, for the most part, as an adult, should know that. As a result of most people knowing that, you have to ask yourself this question. If you're purposely perpetuating or introducing unfounded accusations, unfounded allegations, and bringing just clownish misinformation into a serious discussion about serious issues, are you doing that as a means of getting the conversation as a whole dismissed? If you ask me, that's what some of these people are doing. That's what some of these people are doing. And we're going to take a look at a few of these people. All right. Before we do that, we're going to take a look at this statement that Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, made. Mike DeWine is defending Haitian immigrants. He says that they, quote unquote, came to work. Now, unless there was some prearranged agreement or some prearranged conversation, which some people are saying could possibly have been, I don't know how you could just make that assumption unless they've interviewed some of these people,
Governor Mike,
which I'm sure that they have. But it's just very interesting because at the same time, there's a lot of the politicians who are saying they had no idea where these people came from. And if you guys recall, this immigration accumulation in Springfield, Ohio, has been taking place over a period of years. This isn't something new. So how they don't know what's going on or why these people came or where these people came from, and then to turn around and in a separate press conference say these people, quote unquote, came to work, that right there is a contradiction and it's conflicting. Let's take a listen to what this says.
To Republican Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio, whose state has been in the spotlight this week. I know you are a Trump supporter. And Governor, let's start with that poll. Donald Trump did not make any significant gains after that debate. Kamala Harris is ahead among likely voters, 52 to 46. Did he miss an opportunity at that debate?
Well, he's going to do well in Ohio. He's going to win Ohio by a big margin. That's what we're looking at, of course, in Ohio.
Well, he needs to do more than that. So did he miss an opportunity in that debate?
Well, I'll tell you what, ABC didn't miss an opportunity to do an unfair 2-on-1 debate where Trump had to debate not only the moderators, but Kamala Harris. So I would go as far as to say ABC didn't miss an opportunity. And I don't know if I was Trump, if I would have ABC host a debate with me and another competitor again. I don't know if I would, judging on how this debate went down. And what's amazing about it is that you don't see more people saying anything about the blatantly obvious bias that ABC had towards Kamala Harris. It's just interesting.
Look, I think he's always better off talking about the issues that really impact Americans. I think the economy is always the most important thing. The inflation, these are the things that I think are bread and butter that he should be talking about.
And I, of course, you remember what he did talk about. You have said that you don't oppose the program that allowed some 15,000 Haitians to migrate there in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio. But former President Trump and J.D. Vance, who you support, have doubled down on baseless claims that former President Trump made at the debate. Let's listen to that.
Now, the claims that Trump made at the debate are claims that J.D. Vance said were called into his office, right? So these claims are coming from things that some people in the community said, right? They're also basing these claims off of some of the clips that have come out from city council meetings. Let's continue.
Again.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
And here's a question I never thought I would have to ask, but do you see any evidence as governor of the state that Haitian immigrants are eating pets?
No, absolutely not. That's what the mayor said. That's what the chief of police has said. I think it's unfortunate that this came up. Let me tell you what we do know, though.
So now, I want people to pay very close attention to everything that's gone on so far in this first 2 minutes. Mike DeWine supports Trump. Mike DeWine supports J.D. Vance. Mike DeWine said that as of right now, according to what he has, him and the city officials of Springfield do not have, quote unquote, evidence of these, quote unquote, pet eating claims. Pay very close attention because that's going to be important.
What we know is that the Haitians who are in Springfield are legal.
Shout out to AW1 and shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with y'all? Yo, AW1, make sure that you leave a comment after a video so I can get you rinsed up. Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. We got 9 people watching. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button, that'd be great. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, make sure you guys take a moment, share the stream to your social media.
They came to Springfield to work. Ohio is on the move, and Springfield has really made a great resurgence.
So now, this part here is kind of weird, right? Because if you listen to the original videos that came out from the city officials, everybody is saying they don't know why all these Haitian migrants came there. They're saying they don't know how they got there. They're saying that this is all a surprise. It's clearly not a surprise to Mike DeWine because Mike DeWine is saying they, quote unquote, came there to work. Now, the interesting thing about this is that the, quote unquote, everybody comes somewhere to work. That's the same blanket statement that's always used as a blanket statement to deal with, quote unquote, any migrant. We've seen this throughout. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
With a lot of companies coming in, these Haitians came in to work for these companies. What the companies tell us is that they are very good workers. They're very happy to have them there.
Now, another question. Mike DeWine clearly is aware of, quote unquote, some companies that these Haitian migrants came to work for. Did these companies go and recruit these people? Did these companies make some type of deal and bring these people in? Did these companies advertise jobs and reach out specifically to these people and bring them to the communities based on knowing that there would be public funds or some type of public aid to help these people integrate in? We don't know. But one thing that we do know is that Mike DeWine is making the assertion, quote unquote, these people came to, quote unquote, work. He didn't say these people are, quote unquote, fleeing persecution. He didn't say that. Now, is it possible that that could be the case? It is possible, but I haven't interviewed any of them to be able to say that with 100% certainty. So what's interesting about it is how you go from, quote unquote, not knowing where these people came from to all of a sudden now, quote unquote, we know that they came to work. Did they interview these people? Can we look at the interviews? Can we see the transcripts from the interviews? That would be nice. That would be a start. But what we have right now is conflicting information from the media. And if you've been paying attention to the migrant crisis, throughout the entire migrant crisis, the one thing that has been consistent is the media inconsistencies. If you guys would agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree with that, give me a thumbs down.
And frankly, that's helped the economy. Now, are there problems connected? Well, sure. When you go from a population of 58,000 and add 15,000 people onto that, you're going to have some challenges and some problems. And we're addressing those. We're working on those every single day. Primary care is essential. The other thing we're working a lot on is driving. We have Haitians who, frankly, many times have not driven before.
That driving is a huge problem. The driving, if you ask me, despite the fact that in the video we just watched, Abba Preach downplayed a lot of the driving issues. The driving issues are such an issue that the governor decided to talk about them, right? I would have talked about the driving issues. The driving issues are a thing on this page that I've asked a question about. I think it's kind of odd that these increases in accidents, which according to the media has been an increase of 8 to 10 accidents per day, not even causing any issues with the pricing of insurance or the quote unquote insurability of people insureds within Springfield. And also, I'm trying to figure out, because in Ohio, it's illegal to drive without car insurance. I'm trying to figure out how the migrants who are getting temporary driving permits and how they're going from that to getting driver's license, how are they then getting insured? And the premium has got to be just astronomical. How are they affording the car insurance premium? I don't know. These are all questions that I've been asking.
We need to get more drivers training, and we're working on that. So these are things that
I don't think that they need to get more drivers training. I don't know if this is true or not, but from an article that I read from the New York Post, where the woman was talking about her mother-in-law that got deleted by a Haitian migrant, according to her, the requirements for Haitians driving is not as strict as it is for the American people who have to get a license in the state of Ohio. Now, I got a license in the state of Ohio. We have to take a certain amount of driving hours, and we also have to take a written exam as well as an actual exam of driving. When you have a temporary permit, you're only supposed to be driving with a licensed driver in the passenger seat. I don't know what's going on down there. I don't know if the requirements are different. I don't know any of that. But one thing that I do know is that if everybody went through the same driving training that's required for a driver's license, the test that allows you to obtain a license should be the determinant on whether you're competent or whether you're not. For whatever reason, it seems like that test is not adequately testing the migrants if there's this increase of car accidents coming specifically from the migrants. It would seem like the test is not adequately testing their competency. I don't know why that would be. I don't know if they're getting leniency. I don't know if they're just passing the test and then not applying what they have learned in the class to the road. I don't know what the case is. But one thing that we can't argue with is that if there's this high rate of accidents, the test is not properly gauging the competencies of these people who are taking it. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's one thing that we can say. That's one thing that can be proven with data. That's one thing that if somebody brought the data, things wouldn't be the clown show that they are right now. But what's interesting about it is that not very many people are talking about that. What most people are talking about are the quote unquote rumors, which is bizarre.
Are working on. Springfield is moving forward. I've always felt that, and as the governor of the state of Ohio, we want people who want to come here who are legal, where they come from another state or another country who want to work.
So Governor, let me.
That is really moving forward.
So bottom line is you are asking for federal help. No one was eating any pets in Springfield, Ohio. So what would you say to Donald Trump for bringing
So
up
I want you guys to pay very close attention. ABC is not concerned about the migrant crisis at all. They're not concerned about anything. The only thing that they're concerned about is attempting to get Mike DeWine, who's a Republican, to speak out negatively against Trump. I think Mike DeWine has tried to avoid that particular issue as far as this discussion, and he's just trying to lay out the issues that are going on, at least how he feels they are. And the news lady is not concerned about that whatsoever. The only thing that she's concerned about is getting him to say something negative about Trump and being able to attach that as a quotation, not about solving the issues that are going down in Springfield. She is doing the exact same thing as the people who are pushing misinformation are doing. They're falsely making equivalences, making statements with the motive of simply pushing a narrative and not with the intent on actually coming up with any solutions or fixing a problem.
Those baseless stories. Is it responsible for a presidential candidate, the former president of the United States, to make those baseless claims?
Look, there's a lot of garbage on the internet. And, this is a piece of garbage that was simply not true. There's no evidence of this at all. And look, here's what we're starting to see.
But I want you to address what you would say.
You guys see that, right?
Okay. But I do want you to address what you would say to Donald Trump.
Yeah. There are hate groups coming into Springfield. We don't need these hate groups. I saw a piece of literature yesterday that the mayor told me about from purportedly the KKK. Look, Springfield is a good city. They are good people. They're welcoming people. We have challenges every day. We are working on those challenges. Haitians are culturally, my wife Fran and I have seen this when we've been down in Haiti. The education is prized. So when you look at all of these things, people who want to work, people who value their kids, who value education, these are positive influences on our community in Springfield. And any comment about that otherwise, I think is hurtful and is not helpful to the city of Springfield and the people of Springfield. This is a state on the move. It's a city on the move. These Haitians can be part of this, but there are challenges. And, I've talked to people at the White House. We need additional assistance. I think when you
Governor, I did let you talk there for a few minutes. I do want to go back to this. You had threats there in Springfield. Hospitals had to close. Schools had to close because of bomb threats. You are a huge supporter of J.D. Vance. He spread this conspiracy. 11 million people saw it on X. Look, is there a connection between threats to your state and what President Trump said and what J.D. Vance is doing online?
Now, I want to ask you guys how you all feel about that. Do you all feel that there's connections to the threats that are being made against Springfield, Ohio, and the rhetoric of J.D. Vance and Donald Trump? If you all think that there are, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that there's not, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I really appreciate each and every one of you all who is there. If you guys could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys could take a moment, hit the bell, and please share the stream to your social media and tag someone who you know that's interested in these type of topics. I greatly appreciate it.
I think these discussions about Haitians eating dogs and cats and other things needs to stop. We need to focus on what is important. What is important is that we get primary care health to everyone in a very growing city.
I think that everything needs to be talked about, and what can be proven needs to be proven, and what needs to be disproven needs to be disproven, and it needs to be done honestly. I don't think any one particular thing needs to, quote unquote, stop being talked about. I think what needs to be done is a separation of fact and a separation of fiction, and that can only be done by, quote unquote, talking about it, not by not talking about certain things that make everybody uncomfortable.
That we do other things in regard to housing. These are kind of basic things that we need to do. We need to focus on those and not this discussion about Haitians eating dogs. It's just not helpful. And again, these people are here legally. They're here legally, and they want to work.
Now, as far as them being here legally, as we all know, that whole quote unquote legal thing, there's a difference between quote unquote being here legally now and entering the country illegally. And you're here legally now because the requirements of temporary protected status have changed. That's something that a lot of these people are not mentioning either, which is also a fact. Whoops. Sorry about that, guys. I think we was right about right there. Let's see.
You are a huge supporter of J.D. Vance. He spread this conspiracy. 11 million people saw it on X. Look, is there a connection between threats to your state and what President Trump said and what J.D. Vance is doing online?
I think these discussions about Haitians eating dogs and cats and other things needs to stop. We need to focus on what is important. What is important is that we get primary care health to everyone in a very growing city. That we do.
Let me ask you guys this question. Shout out to Win Lose the Rug. What's good with it, bro? Let me ask you this question. If people stopped talking about this, like Mike DeWine wants them to, how would we ever get to the bottom of whether these accusations are true or these accusations are false? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says it's called manufactured consent. An individual spreads negative rumors in hopes civilians will act like militias to harm those groups the rumor is about. I agree 100%. If you guys agree with DJ Elmo, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with DJ Elmo, give me a thumbs down. I'm going to put this out here. I am absolutely 110% against any form of misinformation spread. Any form of misinformation spread. If there is a problem and there's a legitimate problem and it's a true problem, if your problem is based in factual information, you have no reason and no excuse to spread mis or disinformation. The only reason why someone would act like a complete clown and spread misinformation is in order to get the entirety of the conversation completely diluted and watered down so that it's not discussed anymore and turns into a complete joke. Anybody spreading mis or disinformation, that's how I'm looking at them. I'm looking at them as somebody that really, truly doesn't have a problem with any of this, and they just want to muddy up the waters for their own personal benefit. Because there's so much stuff to talk about in regards to the migrant crisis. I talk about it on 3 different YouTube channels. And I've never spread one iota of misinformation. And if I've ever gotten any misinformation or incorrect information from the media, I do my best to clarify it when the clarification or corrected information comes my way. When people spread misinformation, they only spread misinformation with a motive. And if you ask me, the only way to ever figure out what is versus isn't misinformation is not to not talk about it, but to talk about it to get all the way down to the bottom of the facts. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Things in regard to housing, these are kind of basic things that we need to do. We need to focus on those and not this discussion about Haitians eating dogs. It's just not helpful. And again, these people are here legally. They're here legally. And they want to work, and they are, in fact, working. And when you talk to the employers, what the employers tell you is, we don't know what we would do without them. They are working, and they are working very hard, and they're fitting in with our native.
And I think another thing that the employers are not saying is that they're probably undercutting on the pay and paying those people a lot lower wages than they would pay the people in the community. I wouldn't be surprised if that was going on either. Now, again, this is an assumption. I'm assuming this. I'm not saying that as a statement of fact. I'm saying that that's probably what's going on.
People from Springfield who have been working in this shop or working in this manufacturing company for a long, long time. So that's what we need to focus on. And, this idea that we have hate groups coming in and this discussion just has to stop. We need to focus on moving forward and not dogs and cats being eaten. It's just ridiculous.
Also on Tuesday night, Trump refused to accept again the 2020 election results. He told false stories, as you noticed, and falsely claimed that he ordered National Guard troops, 10,000 Guard troops on January 6th. So how do you square all of this with your support for Donald Trump? Has it softened in any way?
Look, I said before, we knew who the nominee was going to be. I would support the Republican nominee for president.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me, but if I'm not mistaken, I think Mike DeWine actually ran for president in 2016 against Donald Trump. Somebody correct me on that if I'm wrong or if I'm right. I'm pretty sure Mike DeWine ran. Of course, he didn't get the Republican ticket. Trump did, but I'm pretty sure that happened.
I am a Republican. I think if you look at the economy issues, and these are issues that I think the American people are most concerned about, I think that Donald Trump is the best choice.
So you would advise him to keep talking about that and not pets in Ohio?
I think you have to, if you talk about things that people really care about and the things that are important and things that a president can have a real impact. Now, he can also talk about, and of course he does, and both candidates do, all four candidates do, about immigration. Look, these are legitimate problems that we have on the border. I'm not minimizing that at all. And those are legitimate arguments where the vast majority of the American people agree with Donald Trump. And not the vice president. But what's going on in Springfield is just fundamentally different. These people are here legally. They came to work. These are good people. These are hardworking people.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Governor DeWine. We appreciate it.
All right. So interesting sentiments from Governor Mike DeWine. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I think at least as far as appearances go, I think Mike DeWine is at least saying things and handling things in the public a little bit better, actually not a little bit better, but significantly better than Trump did at the debate. You know what I'm saying? Now, how many people remember the social media influencer at the City Hall meeting who was wearing all red? If you guys remember, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said it's wrong to eat cats and dogs, but the swine and pig is just as bad. I'm going to ask, anytime we talk about animals and eating animals, I'm going to ask the same question that I always ask. What was the individual that discovered how to get milk and to drink milk? What was that person doing? What was going on that made that individual decide to do whatever it was that he did to, quote unquote, make milk happen and then make the decision to drink it? That'll always boggle my mind because I'll never rationalize the discovery of milk from cows, that is.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into, they flipping cars in the middle of the street. Teach them culture. You know what I'm saying? Teach them traffic. Dude.
Now, check this out, right? This dude don't sound like somebody that's from Ohio. He might be from Ohio. He might be. He don't sound like somebody that's like born and raised in Ohio. He don't sound like a native Ohioan. I'm not trying to be funny. He might be, but you know what else he's got? He's got the young dude, young person social media accent. Every other word is bruh. Every other word is bro. Every other word is stand on business, stand on business, stand on business. Now, do you guys remember when he was doing this? And I know it wasn't very popular because I know there's a lot of people that like really want all of this stuff to be true. You know what I'm saying? But remember when I said I would like to interview this dude and I would have to cross-reference everything that he says? Because when I found out that he was a social media content creator, I said I'm going to be more critical of a social media content creator because of all of the dramatization and all of the Karenization and exaggerated way that content is delivered. Do you guys remember me saying that? If you guys remember, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember, give me a thumbs down. And like I said, this dude don't sound like somebody that's from Ohio. He doesn't talk like somebody that's from, most people from Ohio don't talk like this. Now, mind you, this is in Springfield. It's not in Northeast Ohio where I'm from. And when you go south of Columbus, people sound different. But usually when it comes to that sounding different, that's when you start getting into the more Southern sounding accents. Not so much this. And this right here is what I will call a quote unquote millennial social media accent. So if you guys recall, when we first talked about this and reacted to this town hall meeting, I was kind of skeptical of this. I wouldn't mind talking to him. I wouldn't mind hearing what he got to say, right? But I was like, I'm kind of skeptical of this. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Let's listen.
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into, they flipping cars in the middle of the street. Teach them culture.
Okay, now I want you guys to pay attention, right? On that particular clip that they showed, this individual here, he didn't mention anything about them eating pets. He did mention the car accidents, but he didn't mention anything about the pets. However, I got this feeling that this dude is just exaggerating a lot of stuff. He's exaggerating a lot of this stuff.
You know what I'm saying? Teach them traffic. Do that. Get an American orientation thing before y'all try to just bring a different culture to a different culture, and then cultures clash, and then people don't understand shit. That's like a conquer divide and
So this dude's name is Anthony Harris.
shit, and making people dislike people for no reason. And it's fucked up. It's really fucked.
David Menzies for Rebel News here in Springfield, Ohio. And folks, you never know who you might bump into in Springfield. I'm with Anthony Harris, and you might recall Anthony Harris making a passionate presentation to Springfield City Council. Here, check it out.
A bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants, because it's the people that's bringing them down here, because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro.
Now, you guys remember when I said, when I was listening to this, I'm like, this dude sounds like he's trying to clip farm. He's trying to create a viral moment. His presentation, almost like a presentation for a YouTube short or a TikTok video. Turns out he's a TikToker.
They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them.
Now, they didn't play the full clip in the beginning, but as you guys can see right here, he says at the city council meeting, they grabbing ducks by their necks, cutting their heads off and eating them. That's what this dude said. Keep that in mind. Now, as you guys can see, you guys see some people left, right? It was some people that want this to be true that left so they can't see this get debunked. That's how people move nowadays. That's why this kind of stuff is so important, to make sure that everything is clear.
So, Anthony, you and many other residents of Springfield, Ohio, have been speaking out about aspects of the Haitian migrant situation here in this city.
Everyone is talking about the death of ducks and cats in this town, but I'd like to talk about the death of...
Now, this is different, right? This woman right here is not hearsay. Her mother-in-law died from a car impact when she was taking out the trash of a car that was driven by a Haitian migrant, and there was no prosecution done or no charges against that individual that deleted her mother-in-law. This is a very different situation than what Anthony Harris was talking about.
One very special person, my mother.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen?
On December 1st, I received a phone call that changed my life forever. She was collecting her trash can from her driveway when a car struck and killed her instantly. A task she had done over 2,000 times, spanning 4 decades in Springfield. That morning, though, a Haitian immigrant was allegedly driving recklessly when he struck and killed her.
First of all, did you expect such a fallout in terms of media coverage, in terms of former President Trump mentioning this on the debate a few nights ago?
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
What are your thoughts?
Be careful what the fuck you ask for. And, I was concerned for the people in Springfield, Ohio. I was concerned for their safety. I was concerned for the...
He said that he was concerned for the people in Springfield, Ohio.
I was concerned for the people in Springfield, Ohio. I was concerned for their safety. I was concerned for the amount of traffic accidents. I was concerned that a lot of stuff was different that was going on, that the city, I feel like, in Springfield wasn't handled correctly. Main concern was definitely the accidents in traffic, which was nonstop, that I actually documented. And I thought it was obscene. I'm like, man, we all have family out here in traffic. And
so again, what he's focusing on is the traffic, right? And again, to me, the issue that has the most evidence, the issue that could be the easiest substantiated, is the traffic issues. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, "What news lets you cuss that much? Rebel news." You know what I'm saying? Rebel news.
The way that I don't know how I don't know how it's working with the traffic shit, but a lot of people didn't know how to drive, and a lot of people were getting into wrecks. And
we out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said, "Why is this guy wearing a red hat? This red hat is symbolic of a MAGA hat." I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say that. Now, however, right, being from Ohio, I wouldn't go as far as to say that, because when you're from Ohio, you know that that's a Cincinnati Reds hat. I think Cincinnati might be about 4 hours maybe from Springfield, maybe less. Right? So that's a Cincinnati Reds hat. If this dude is from Ohio, he might have some family in Cincinnati or something like that. Right? However, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought, DJ Elmo. Don't let go of it yet.
Know for certain that tragically an elementary school-age child was killed in a traffic accident.
I don't think their family want to keep having that mention.
That is indeed what they've said. They don't want it to be.
Now, check this out. It may not be a correction. It may actually be up for debate. Hold that thought. Don't let it go. Hold that thought. We're gonna come back to it. And now, shout out to Anthony Harris for this, right? He's actually being correct about this. This family doesn't want their child continuously brought up, and yet, as you guys can see, the media still does it without regard.
Politicized. What's that?
You just said it.
Well, I did, but I'm just trying
Let's
to
just go to the next one because they said they don't want to talk about it.
Okay, fair enough.
Just respectfully, just don't even put that in because their family started that.
I'm just trying to help you make your case about traffic.
Okay, you have a valid point.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Well, Anthony, certainly the most sensational thing about what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, allegedly, is Haitians capturing wildlife, capturing pets, using them for food, using them for ritualistic sacrifice.
Now, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Pay very close attention to this, y'all.
Is Haitians capturing wildlife, capturing pets, using them for food, using them for ritualistic sacrifice.
Nobody ever said that. I don't know who the fuck said something about some cats or dogs.
Nobody ever said that? Now, you, sir, mentioned something about some geese. And we know who said something about some cats and dogs. We're going to get to that later. But according to him, all of a sudden, he don't know who said anything about some cats and dogs. Okay.
Your case about traffic.
Okay, you have a valid point.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Well, Anthony, certainly the most sensational thing about what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, allegedly, is Haitians capturing wildlife, capturing pets, using them for food, using them for ritualistic sacrifice.
Nobody ever said that. I don't know who the fuck said something about some cats or dogs. Okay. I don't know nothing about no cats or no dogs, bro. Okay. I never seen no cats or no dogs.
But you did say something about some geese. What you know about the geese? And you said that they was cutting the geese's head off.
None of that shit happening. I never seen that shit in real life. I heard a motherfucker saying cats is coming up missing, but I ain't never seen that shit in real life, bro. Oh God. What the fuck was we talking about?
Interesting.
I'm all over the place. I've never seen that shit happen in motherfucking real life. All I said was, people are in the parks getting ducks and grabbing them up by the head and cutting them off and walking off and eating them.
I think that's almost just as bad, right? Now, here's the thing, right? We watched the video from the Springfield resident who made the video on YouTube, and he showed the video of the park and was saying that there are some issues going on, and it seems like there's less ducks or something. So that's another instance where somebody said that, right? So there could be something with this situation with the ducks. Now, as far as the cats and the dogs, for him to say he doesn't know who said that, really? So he said that his videos on social media are getting thousands and thousands of views. You didn't read the comments on your videos? Because I'm almost certain if we found his TikTok and read the comments, I am almost certain that somebody wrote comments about that. So you don't know nothing about that. You don't know nothing about the accusations. Okay.
because this is a rumor going around the city.
I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today, and I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them.
Now, here goes my question. Unless you talk to somebody or unless you look out the window. Now, again, I don't mean to be offensive. Hopefully I don't offend anybody by saying this. You know, they're always looking for a reason to try to say that a Black American is being xenophobic towards another group of people. But then when you try to clarify information, nobody sees it. That's neither here nor there, right? So me personally, I wouldn't be able to look at somebody and tell that they were Haitian unless, I don't know, maybe like I heard their accent, heard them speaking French, or like heard them say, you know, they told me that they was Haitian, or maybe like if they had like, you know, the Haitian colors on or something like that. Aside from that, I really wouldn't be able to tell until I got those intimate details. So maybe after a conversation, or you know what I'm saying, but like just from looks, I don't know what the definitive look of a quote unquote Haitian is. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to tell. So if I saw a group of people, like, I don't know, like if some people was doing something like that, like in the park, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I would be like, those are some Haitian people or those are some homeless people without knowing definitively whether they were Haitian or homeless or not. Do you guys see what I'm saying? If you guys see what I'm saying, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says, how about the dress? They a lot of times people tend to dress like us. You know what I'm saying? Not all the time, but a lot of times. So a lot of times you can't just tell from the dress. And a lot of times if somebody, you know, if it's a homeless situation or, you know what I'm saying, like some extreme poverty or something like that, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times, you know, people just be wearing what they can wear. So you really can't tell if it's a whole bunch of homeless people or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell. If I just drove past and I'm looking in the park and I see some people, I don't know if they Haitian or not. Somebody doing something in the park, I'm gonna assume they just a homeless person, and it's not gonna go no further than that. But again, they got different issues. They got an influx of all these people coming in. I don't know, but to me, I've never been able to just look at somebody and be able to tell exactly what ethnicity they are. I only be able to know like that kind of stuff if I have an interaction with them or if I talk to them. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo said I had to say this because of the hairline forensics. Yeah, I don't know, man. As far as those hairline forensics, man, I don't know what happened. How they thought that chick from Canton was Haitian with the hairline forensics. So you know what I'm saying? The hairline forensics are not 100% accurate. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just curious though. How do you look at some people in a park or something somewhere and know exactly what ethnicity they are? Like sometimes I can tell the difference between an Eastern European white person and, you know, another white person. But as far as like telling the difference between somebody French and somebody that's British or somebody that's Irish kind of got like a distinct accent. So like if you listen, like if you hear like a Conor McGregor, like you could tell they either Irish, Scottish, or Welsh, or like from like northern UK or something like that. But like again, that comes with interaction though. You can't really look and tell. Now, as far as like a Eastern European, in many cases you can kind of look and tell. So across many different ethnicities, especially if you're not from that ethnicity, it might be kind of hard to know exactly where they're from. You might know, well, they're not, you know, from the same culture as me, but I don't know exactly what culture they're from. I find that interesting. They can just look at some people, and I'm almost certain most of these people in Springfield, most of them, in most cases, have probably not really been around a diverse group of people. So they it's not like they just pointing people out like, oh, okay, I could tell by this person's name. Because you could tell by people's names if they had like some type of, you know, if they're Haitian or if they have like some type of French. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got like people that got them names like George St. Pierre, the UFC welterweight champion. So they have a name that sounds something like that, or they have a name like Lavu or something like that. It'll sound kind of French. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can tell with that, but like it's hard for me to. I've never really been around like a whole bunch of Haitians, so I wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said they usually wear a lot of polos, khaki pants, with sandals or church shoes until they acclimate to our style and culture. Now with that kind of thing, you could tell with the sandals and stuff like that and the weird dress. But at the same time, though, too, sometimes homeless people be kind of wearing like some strange type of combinations fashion wise as well, too. You know what I'm saying? So, but I wouldn't disagree with that. Sometimes you see that a lot. But then even if they do that, sometimes a lot of immigrants do that, though. And again, I'm not saying that to be anti-immigrant, but a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, like people have some pleated khakis, you know what I'm saying, with some sandals on, and it's like, oh, okay, I see what's going on over here. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't, that ain't no knock on nobody. This is what people be doing. You know what I'm saying?
They all had geese in their hand.
I brought it to the attention of the city council, who needs to look into it. I did not know the whole fucking world, even the BBC News, Fox, ABC, Dr. Phil.
So I just want y'all to pay attention. Like, do y'all see? Like, I'm not trying to, I ain't really trying to pick on this dude or nothing like that. But he's putting on a performance for the news the same way he was putting on a performance for that city hall meeting. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said their children will always look like they're going to church as well with the dresses and vested suits. I believe it. I believe it. I wouldn't be surprised if they be looking like they're going to church a lot of times too. Little sweater vest and, you know what I'm saying, sandals and no socks and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't know all these motherfuckers was going to come into looking this. I'm going to tell y'all just like this. I ain't never seen no motherfucker eat no cat or no dog. I don't know where that came from. I never said that shit. So I don't know nothing about it. If I knew something about it, I would have said something about it. I never said no shit like that. I don't know where that came from.
Well, Anthony, that is exactly why we've driven 10 hours to Springfield, Ohio. We want to find out what's true, what's false. Anthony, I guess the question arises, do you regret addressing Springfield City Hall?
Yeah, I will never help these niggas a day in my life. I will never help people a day in my life again.
What do you guys think about this? I mean, what's happened since any of this? That, you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, I don't understand this reaction. What consequence are you dealing with from quote unquote helping? Oh, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. DJ Elmo and Brooklyn Queen got two thoughts to hold. Hold the thought. The dramatics are telltale with Kai Cenat's older brother here. You might be onto something. You might be onto something. Let's listen a little bit more.
No dog. I don't know where that came from. I never said that shit. So I don't know nothing about it. If I knew something about it, I would have said something about it. I never said no shit like that. I don't know where that came from.
Well, Anthony, that is exactly why we've driven 10 hours to Springfield, Ohio. We want to find out what's true, what's false. Anthony, I guess the question arises, do you regret addressing Springfield City Hall?
Yeah, I will never help these niggas a day in my life.
Why would he? I don't understand why he would regret it. What's happened to this dude that he would regret it? Like, ain't it, like, what's happened to you? Why would you regret it? Do it make sense for him to regret this? How has your life become worse since this?
Well, Anthony, that is exactly why we've driven 10 hours to Springfield, Ohio. We want to find out what's true, what's false. Anthony, I guess the question arises, do you regret addressing Springfield City Hall?
Yeah, I will never help these niggas a day in my life. I will never help people a day in my life again. You know what? I see why people are selfish. I see why people only worry about themselves. I see why people don't help people. I see why people stay to their own self. I see why there are introverts. I see why this world is really honestly fucked up. A motherfucker that got out here that really tried to help his community because motherfuckers were wrecking non-fucking stop. And then you got to deal with all this bullshit? I don't like this shit. I wanted to be an influencer. I wanted to do what Kyson and Drewski doing.
I'm gonna run that back.
You know what? I see why people are selfish. I see why people only worry about themselves. I see why people don't help people. I see why people stay to their own self. I see why there are introverts. I see why this world is really honestly fucked up. A motherfucker that got out here that really tried to help his community because motherfuckers were wrecking non-fucking stop. And then you got to deal with all this bullshit? I don't like this shit. I wanted to be an influencer. I wanted to do what Kyson and Drewski doing.
Could have been house. One by one, all these suckers getting kicked out.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
If you thought that's bad, there's more. Shout out to Kid Gravity. You want some more?
I wanted to do what fucking Duke Dennis is doing, what all them is doing. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to help this community. I seen that people were wrecking consistently. People were getting hurt. I did not want that to happen to me or none of my loved ones. And I don't know how the fuck cats and dogs arose from that shit. I said something about some goose because people were in the fucking park concerned with their kids because they seen a motherfucker do it. So I brought it to City Hall's attention. Thank you for all the people that actually gave a fuck, but I ain't never seen no fucking cat and dog get ate in my life, and I never fucking said that. I said something about a goose, and somebody told me they see somebody grab a fucking goose up and cut his fucking head off, and that's what the.
So now here's the problem, right? We're gonna go more into a lot of this quote unquote hearsay because there's clearly a hearsay issue.
Fuck, I said, but. When you ask me, do I regret it? Hell yeah, I would never help a motherfucker a day in my life, let alone a whole community. Help a whole community, and this is what the fuck I got to deal with. Hell no, I won't help nobody. I help.
I don't think the community is mad at this dude, so I don't know what all this is. You're getting backlash in Springfield? Who in Springfield is giving you backlash?
Who matters to me? Because I thought the city of Springfield, I thought it mattered to me. I thought the people mattered to me, and they do. They honestly fucking do. But like when bullshit comes up and narratives get twisted, and it's like it's odd. It's really fucked up though. Because I really give a fuck, and I really don't want nobody out here getting killed in a car accident. I really gave a motherfucker. I gave a fuck. But yes, I regret trying to help a whole fucking community. I won't help these niggas a day again in my life if I got to deal.
Let me ask y'all this question: is he making sense? If he's making sense, give me a thumbs up. If he's not making sense, give me a thumbs down. He's not making sense to me. I'm going to just keep it honest with you. This doesn't make any sense. Shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 17 people watching, and we got 11 likes. One person that's butthurt and decided to dislike the video because it just shatters their world. That these people here are not telling the truth. Shout out to Caldona. What's good with it, Cal? Huh. Yeah. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Right. Now, what's interesting about this is that somebody would take the energy to dislike my video when I didn't make any of this content right here. I didn't come with any false narratives about Springfield, Ohio. I've tried to be as accurate as I possibly can when discussing all of this, but some punk would dislike my video, pointing out the fact that these misinformation agents are spreading misinformation about a serious topic instead of thumbs downing them. That's what you see on YouTube.
With all this shit, I try to help y'all to try to better it, to make shit safe for everybody, and then we got to deal with motherfucking schools getting closed down. We got to deal with motherfucking all the government buildings getting closed down. We got to do interviews at the police station because weird shit is going on. I don't want to deal with that shit from trying to help some people, for trying to keep people safe. I don't like that shit. I don't want to deal with this shit. I don't like it. All I was doing is trying to help the community and trying to help So people stayed safe right here in these streets, and it went left. I don't know about no fucking cats and dogs. I ain't never heard of nobody eating no cats and dogs. Only people I ever heard eating cats and dogs are people at Chinese restaurants, and that's what everybody ever heard. I've heard that shit. Everybody else heard that shit.
Now, shout out to Cal, right? Cal said they always find someone who can't get their point across. Now, this guy right here, he was getting his point across when he was at that city council meeting that nobody made him go to. He decided to go to on his own accord, right? He went to that city council meeting and spoke his piece, right? So he's being interviewed about the things that were said, some of the things that he said at the city council meeting. So now, if you ask me, right, being that he's a social media influencer, he went voluntarily to go speak at that city council meeting. I don't think that if he had spoke at that city council meeting, I don't think anybody would have sought him out. Would you, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. But this guy did this solely with the intent. I mean, he did this with the intent on getting attention focused on him. And now he got it. You know what I mean? Now he got it.
I'm speaking on what the fuck I heard. I'm not politically correct, and I'm going to say exactly how I feel. And that's what got people to understand what I was saying, because I said how we all talk, and I said something that we all can understand. I don't know where all this extra narrative shit came from. Cats and dogs. Donald Trump, man, hey, man, I'm going to say this. Can Donald Trump send me some fucking money, bro?
I'm surprised Rebel News even posted this interview. Y'all heard that, right?
Yeah, all the government buildings getting closed down. We got to do interviews at the police station because weird shit is going on. I don't want to deal with that shit from trying to help some people, for trying to keep people safe. I don't like that shit. I don't want to deal with this shit. I don't like it. All I was doing is trying to help the community and trying to help so people stay safe right here in these streets, and it went left. I don't know about no fucking cats and dogs. I ain't never heard of nobody eating no cats and dogs. Only people I ever heard eating cats and dogs are people at Chinese restaurants, and that's what everybody ever heard. I've heard that shit. Everybody else heard that shit. I'm speaking on what the fuck I heard. I'm not politically correct, and I'm gonna say exactly how I feel, and that's what got people to understand what I was saying, because
shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, "Clout. I at least thought he was authentic at the city council meeting. I wasn't feeling him. Remember, y'all remember when we talked about this? Nah, bro. Nah, homie. Sorry. You know what I'm saying?
Because I said how we all talk, and I said something that we all can understand. I don't know where all this extra narrative shit came from. Cats and dogs. Donald Trump, man, hey, man, I'm gonna say this. Can Donald Trump send me some fucking money, bro? On God, Donald Trump, bro. You did this shit, bro.
Now, here's the question, right? Here's the question. He said, Donald Trump, you did this, bro. Did Donald Trump do this? Or did Donald Trump trust the things that people were saying at those city council meetings and trust the quote unquote phone calls that JD Vance might have been getting? Trusted things that people like him at those city council meetings said. What y'all think? He said he wanted to be like Drewski and Kai Cenat and all them guys. Is he standing on business?
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Because he sure was telling everybody to stand on business at that city council meeting. That's exactly what he said. He said, y'all not standing on business, bro. Y'all not standing on business, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
I guess next time, instead of making an assertion, you would say, could have been migrants. Could have been migrants.
I'm not mad at you. Donald Trump, bro. Send me some money or get in contact with me. Elon Musk. Call me too, bro. Y'all got motherfuckers out here saying cats and dogs. You're not eating cats and dogs. I ain't never seen that shit, bro. I ain't
Anthony,
never seen that shit. Y'all owe me a bag, bro. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Y'all owe me a bag. All I did was trying to help my community and keep my community.
So now somebody owe him a bag. Let me ask y'all this: how much is he owed? Let's put an appraisal on how much he's owed. How much is he owed? Somebody give us an estimate of how much he's owed.
Community safe, bro. Y'all done did some other shit. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, bro, holla at me, bro. Y'all done did some extra shit, bro. I just trying to help the community, try to keep the streets safe, try to keep motherfuckers and their kids from getting ran into.
And
then shit went left.
One last question for you. Speaking of the community, there's all kinds of sensational stories. That's why we're here, to find out what's true, what's false. Tell me, can you give me your thoughts on why this small city, it's a population of just over 50,000, brought in so many Haitian migrants? It's estimated anywhere between 12 and 20,000. Different culture. Most of them don't speak English. What was the reason for them coming to Little Springfield, Ohio in the first place? And is this going to cause further tensions in the months and years down the road?
I'm going to be real with y'all. As I've been going through this fucking journey, I've been learning a lot of shit. I seen John Legend say that the Springfield population was declining. So I guess the city of Springfield or Ohio reached out to some people. I don't know who the fuck they called.
We had about 15,000 or so immigrants move to my town of 60,000. Now, you might say, wow, that's a lot of people for a town that only had 60,000 before. That's a 25% increase. That is correct. So you might imagine there are some challenges with, integrating a new population.
What I'm curious about is, see, like this dude said, I heard John Legend say, your family ain't lived down there and your family haven't ever talked to you about the changes in the population. You heard about the population changes from John Legend in your city that you from? You don't know the history of your city? Just from living there and having family there and having friends and family there? That's kind of interesting.
Haitian migrants, it's estimated anywhere between 12 and 20,000. Different culture. Most of them don't speak English. What was the reason for them coming to Little Springfield, Ohio in the first place? And is this going to cause further tensions in the months and years down the road?
I'm going to be real with y'all. As I've been going through this fucking journey, I've been learning a lot of shit. I seen John Legend say that the Springfield population was declining. So I guess the city of Springfield or Ohio reached out to some people. I don't know who the fuck they called.
We had about.
How do you not know that though? How do your parents? Yeah, John Legend from Springfield. But what I'm curious about is this, like, I could tell you about the areas around me. For the most part, how they all used to look, how they all used to be, what used to be there, what got put in when certain things changed. That's what most people can do when they grow up in the area and they live there their whole life. Like Akron, for instance. How many people know about Akron? LeBron James ain't the first famous thing to come out of Akron. Anybody know what else that's famous came out of Akron? Take a wild guess. You will never guess. Maybe you might. Take a wild guess. I said before or besides LeBron James, but shout out to AW1. Yeah, LeBron James. DJ almost said KKK. I don't know about it. Might be some KKK in Akron. I don't know too much about it if it is. The Goodyear World Headquarters is in Akron, Ohio. And a lot of the neighborhoods and a lot of the streets and a lot of the areas in Akron are basically named after stuff that's either associated with rubber or associated with Goodyear. We got Goodyear Heights. We got Firestone Park. We got the Rubber Bowl. Akron is one of them manufacturing Midwest cities for real. That's actually got actual neighborhoods and little parts of the city named after the company that everybody used to work in that live here. Now, mind you, I didn't grow up out here. I grew up in Cleveland, but I've been in Akron forever. Ever since I graduated from college, I never moved back to Cleveland. And I've learned that and other stuff. This dude heard something about his town from John Legend on a Instagram reel. That's just kind of weird. Most people know about where they're from. I know about where I'm from. That's just, you won't never hear me say I found out something about Akron on an Instagram reel from some celebrity. LeBron James got a little company that's called Spring Hill. That's where he grew up at, a neighborhood in Akron called Spring Hill in the V. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to go to social media to find that out because I'm from here. You know what I'm saying? That's just really weird that you got to go to social media to listen to a celebrity tell you something about the city where you're from. It's really odd. Especially being that you are on social media and you post constant videos and different things like that. And you would think that people would leave stuff in the comment section that you would read possibly, you know what I'm saying, if you don't have any interaction or whatever in the city and kind of know stuff. You should know the population characteristics of your city just from being there and observing. Would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
15,000 or so immigrants move to my town of 60,000. Now, you might say, wow, that's a lot of people for a town that only had 60,000 before. That's a 25% increase. That is correct. So you might imagine there are some challenges with, integrating a new population, new language, new culture, new dietary preferences, all kinds of reasons why there might be growing pains.
But hey, get people here. We got jobs here, and that's what the fuck they did.
Do you have a problem with them being here?
No.
Okay.
I said, if y'all gonna bring 20,000 people over here and they're not used to driving, help them drive. Teach them how to drive. Don't just bring people here and just drop them off and then they in traffic and they don't drive the correct way and y'all not doing something about it. Y'all need to make some type of procedure, help them some type of way, get a fucking driving school and get matter of fact, this is what they need to do. This is what America need to do. Since America want to get all these immigrants and bring them over here, y'all fucking a lot of shit up. Y'all need to go get it. Y'all got the money to do it. Go get a American orientation class. And that should go for every immigrant that come over here. Y'all need to go get an American orientation class like you do at a motherfucking job, like before you get to the floor on McDonald's, before you get onto the floor at a warehouse. And y'all get an American orientation thing and help them the correct way. Teach them how to drive. Teach them English. Fucking teach them.
When people come over legally, there are certain requirements that they have to have, which is why legal immigration is so important. We're talking about people that were just granted temporary protective custody or temporary protective status. They might not have had to take any type of citizenship competency exam. So again, this is why these things are so important. When you come over to the United States legally, you have to take a citizenship competency exam, and then you get sworn in and naturalized at the federal court. Now, mind you, that might not be an orientation on how to be an American, but there's some bare minimum basics there. That's very different than somebody that's just granted temporary protective custody. We don't even know if that person can speak the language or not. And then they're given a driver's license, which we don't know if they've tested for a driving competency or not. But none of that can get discussed when we got wild, just crazy rumors going viral, and the actual stuff that needs to be talked about is not even being discussed because the rumors are taking precedence. Which there's a reason why people are choosing to talk about the rumors. It's because the people who concentrate on the rumors and the people who aren't concentrating on things validated in fact actually want to dilute the migrant crisis conversation, and they want it to be taken as a joke, to downplay everything so that legit information brought forth can easily be dismissed. These people that act like they're so quote unquote serious about it, they really want to just dilute the conversation. They don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Finances, teach them do's and don'ts, teach them culture, you know what I'm saying? Teach them traffic, do that. Get an American orientation thing before y'all try to just bring a different culture to a different culture, and then cultures clash, and then people don't understand shit. That's like a conquer divide and shit, and making people dislike people for no.
Man, most Americans not even the same culture. You know what I'm saying? I tell y'all all the time about when I went to New York and I had culture shock because it was completely different there. I've gone to many different places. Florida, different there.
No reason. And it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. They need to, I don't know, man.
Anthony, thank you so much for your time.
Touch it.
Yeah. Facts. I agree 100%. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. If you guys agree that dude wasn't doing nothing but a bunch of babbling, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree and y'all thought that he said something profound that we really need to focus on, then give me a thumbs down.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
So Brooklyn Queen got ESP tonight. Brooklyn Queen got ESP tonight. She reading minds tonight. So next, what we're going to do, we're going to take a look at this. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, we're going to take a quick look at this. We're not going to watch this video. We might say this video and watch this video for another live stream. There's an article that came out from NBC. And this article that NBC posted, the New York Post also posted it. And if I'm not, the New York Post might have actually posted this information first. How many people heard of an individual named Erica Lee? Yeah, it looks like NBC posted this first. If you guys heard of a woman named Erica Lee, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't, give me a thumbs down. It just exploded. Springfield woman claims she never meant to spark false rumors about Haitians. The woman behind an early Facebook post that helped spark baseless rumors about Haitians eating pets told NBC News that she feels for the immigrant community. The woman behind an early Facebook post spreading harmful and baseless claims about Haitian immigrants eating local pets that helped thrust a small Ohio city into the national spotlight says she had no firsthand knowledge. She had no firsthand knowledge of any such incident and is now filled with regret and fear as a result of the ensuing fallout. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. He was begging Trump for a check. Send me my check, bro. Send me my check. Well, shut up, dude. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody about to pay you for being a buffoon. You already getting paid for being a buffoon, whatever social media app you post on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and share the stream to your social media. We got 19 people watching, and we got 14 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 30. We got 5 more likes to get to 1-to-1. So now here it says it just exploded into something I didn't mean to happen. Erica Lee, a Springfield resident, told NBC News on Friday. Now, I'd be curious if Erica Lee is one of the people that are on the phone calls in JD Vance's office. I think that's a legit question to ask. If you guys think that that's a legit question to ask, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. Lee recently posted on Facebook about a neighbor's cat that went missing, adding that when the neighbor told Lee she thought the cat was a victim of an attack by her Haitian neighbors. Now, what's the evidence that she made that claim based on?
Senator, officials, the mayor, other local officials have said there's just no evidence of what you're saying, that it's baseless, those claims. Can't you just make your argument about immigration without making those claims, Senator? Why not just make an argument about immigration? Why do you have to delve into repeating these baseless claims that, again, Senator, have been repeated by neo-Nazis?
Kristen, I hear you saying that they're baseless, but I'm not repeating them because I invented them out of thin air. I'm repeating them because my constituents are saying these things are happening. I mean,
but there's no
yesterday,
evidence.
A video came out of a migrant 30 miles away eating a cat. Clearly, these rumors are out there.
A migrant 30 miles away eating a cat. What is he talking about? Let's stop for a second. What is JD Vance talking about right here? A migrant 30 miles away eating a cat? Let's listen to this again.
Senator, officials, the mayor, other local officials have said there's just no evidence of what you're saying, that it's baseless, those claims. Can't you just make your argument about immigration without making those claims, Senator? Why not just make an argument about immigration? Why do you have to delve into repeating these baseless claims that, again, Senator, have been repeated by neo-Nazis?
That's what I'm curious about. Do you guys, shout out to Win Lose a Rug, do you guys think that he's talking about that girl in Canton? If you guys think that he's talking about that girl in Canton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that he's not talking about that girl in Canton, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's the problem. Canton is not 30 miles away from Springfield. It's not 30 miles away. You know what I'm saying? And JD Vance has no excuse. He's from Ohio. JD Vance has no excuse to not know the localities. He's from Ohio. No excuse. Zero excuse whatsoever. Completely inexcusable. Incompetency on display. As you guys can see here, the distance from Springfield to Canton is 174 miles. It's a 3-hour drive. It's not 30 miles. And that woman also wasn't a migrant. There's that. Nana, you can love JD as much as you want to, but do you love when he's telling lies? Now, people are very critical of women and their judgment about men, and we know that the majority of women choose the bear and choose the violent male or the low-quality male. But do you know that someone tells a lie and you accept that? Are you okay with that? Because if that's the case, then that leads to stereotypical things being said about you based on your judgment, based on you being a woman. I don't think that you want that, but you're substantiating it. And I wouldn't disagree with you. Illegals need to be sent back. They broke the law. But you're okay with doing it in a dishonest fashion? I'm not a Kamala Harris supporter. I don't support Kamala Harris's lies. We bust Kamala Harris out all the time. We're talking about J.D. Vance lying right here, right now, about situations in the state where I'm from. That's affecting me directly. Are you from Ohio? Do you lie to get your way? Is that something that you've done to advance yourself in life? Is that why you kind of feel some camaraderie with J.D. Vance doing it? There's plenty of stuff to talk about in regards to the migrant crisis, and that's exactly what this channel does. But what this channel does not do is perpetuate lies and disinformation. And one of the reasons why I can't support people like J.D. Vance, nobody said that there was somebody 30 miles away eating a cat except for J.D. Vance. He's the only person that said that there's somebody 30 miles away eating a cat. Tell me who said that there was somebody 30 miles away from Springfield, Ohio eating a cat. Who said that? And who is the suspect? What police department arrested them? Where's the police report? Where's the 911 call? I'll even take a 911 call 30 miles away saying that somebody who is a Haitian migrant ate a cat. There's no several people that only said that. There's only one person that said that, and you're looking at him on the screen. And as much as you like J.D. Vance, let's just pray that J.D. Vance and I are never in a debate like this, because I will make you hate me the way I do him. And we don't want anybody hating me now, do we? Again, that video is from Canton, Ohio. That woman is not a migrant. Canton, Ohio is also not 30 miles away. 0 for 3. Did you check? Did you see how Trump posted 0 for 2 on Truth Social today? 0 for 3 in any of those accusations about this quote unquote cat eating situation. Now, what I'm curious about is, what is the bond of connection that you feel with J.D. Vance that you feel it's okay to perpetuate lies? You don't think that there's plenty of other problems that are true that can actually be discussed, like the way that the reckless driving is causing homicides and people aren't getting prosecuted for it? Not only was it not an illegal, it was an American citizen, Nana. If you watch this channel, I've got multiple videos up about the situation, and I have a report from the local news, which is the Canton Repository, from August that literally discusses everything. WKYC TV Channel 3 just recently put up another video about it because of people like you and J.D. Vance. So what I'm saying is that people like J.D. Vance spreading mis or disinformation are creating situations like what happened in Aurora, Colorado, when somebody says, hey, there's a violent migrant criminal network causing big issues at an apartment complex, and it just gets completely blown off. Why? Because you have crazies making up stuff, and it takes away from the actual stuff that's going on. This doesn't help. I stand on my title that I titled the video. Unapologetic misinformation being spread doesn't help anyone in Springfield, Ohio. And people that are spreading mis or disinformation, they don't care about what's going on in Springfield, Ohio. They want the situation to get worse by turning it into a complete clown show where if anybody brings anything up, they're automatically getting laughed out of the room instead of actually coming with hardcore facts, evidence, and data. Now, just because you might, got a little thing for J.D. Vance, that's fine. But you also, if you really care, you need to make sure people are keeping it a buck, and he's not, especially right here.
Kristen, I hear you saying that they're baseless, but I'm not repeating them because
and again, if you followed my channel at all, you will know that I was one of the people saying that accusation of Trende Argua at those apartment complexes Aspen Grove and all that over in Aurora was true. Now it comes out that it's true. You know who was lying about that? Michael Kaufman, Mike Johnston. They weren't helping. I saw Michael Kaufman do a report on Fox News where he said, yes, Trinde Argua has taken over this building. And then he went on Denver 7 and said, there's no gang problem. Literally the same day, both videos came out.
Because I invented them out of thin air. I'm repeating them because my constituents are saying these things are happening. I mean,
But there's
just
no
yesterday,
evidence.
a video came out of a migrant 30 miles away eating a cat. Clearly, these rumors are out there because constituents.
A migrant 30 miles away eating a cat. Where is this? What city was this in? What city was this 30 miles away? Because we've already, first and foremost, we've already debunked. If he's talking about Canton, Canton's not 30 miles away. It's about 170 miles away. Right? We've gotten that down. So if this is a different scenario than what went on in Canton, what city was it in? Where's the police report or 911 call? And who's even made mention of it? Because as hot as this stuff is, everybody will be talking about it. Now, as far as yeah, again, you should check out the videos that I did on shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I think 30 miles away from Springfield is where he's talking about. Now, as far as the apartment situation in Aurora, yeah, that was absolutely real. Something should have been done about that. And the thing is that they've known about Trinde Argua for a long time and didn't do anything about it. Now, if you ask me, the car accidents and Trinde Argua would have been the best course of action for Trump to use as immigration talking points in the debate. I don't know why he used this, but this was just wrong and it cost him, and the media is taxing him on it. And to act like people don't see that, you know what I'm saying? It's just as bad as the people denying the migrant crisis. You can't sit there and say that there's no one that can say that this is a good move. This was bad. It's plenty of tangible, non-disprovable stuff about the migrant crisis that can be discussed. Why Trump went down to they're eating their cats, they eating the dogs route, I don't know. And at the very least, he could have at least waited for the beat to drop so it would have been hot.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
He could have at least waited for the beat to drop, but he ain't even do that.
No
Yesterday,
evidence.
a video came out of a migrant 30 miles away eating a cat. Clearly, these rumors.
And the thing is, and like this like, shout out to Ricky Guillory. What's good with it, bro? One thing, Trump supporters, man, y'all gotta not assume that anytime somebody is critiquing Trump or JD Vance, that they're a vote blue no matter who person, or they're on the Kamala Harris or Joe Biden train. I don't, that kind of binary logic doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work anymore. And the thing is that if there's people that are making honest critiques, people got to deal with the honest critiques. I got to agree with, if y'all agree with Caldona, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. If the beat would have dropped at the election that night, it would have been decided. I'm telling you, it should have happened right after when he was like, I'm speaking, sound familiar? And then the lights turned off and they cut off the sound on they cut off the sound on Kamala Harris's mic, and then the disco ball came down, and then they just dropped it.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
They would have flashed the camera over to Kamala Harris. She would have been bobbing her head. The moderators would have been outraged. It would have been a hot mess. It would have been even more of a hot mess than it already is.
Numbers are out there because constituents are seeing it with their own eyes, and some of them are talking about it. Now, look, we also have to talk about and should primarily talk about the effects that this has had on car insurance rates, on disease rates. Those
now, when he said the car insurance rates, see, JD, these people, no one else has been talking about this in terms of car insurance rates, except me. You said, do you support Kamala? Is it okay when Kamala lies? Last time I checked, it's not okay when anybody lies. So why would it be okay for Kamala Harris to lie and not okay and not okay for anybody else to lie? The title, Unapologetic Misinformation Being Spread Doesn't Help Anyone in Springfield, Ohio. Unapologetic misinformation being spread don't help anyone anywhere. Now, the car insurance issue, even before, because Springfield, Ohio is not the first place where there's been these migrant issues with the car insurance. They've been having high-speed chases with cartel members and smugglers in Texas for a long time. And we've been talking about the car insurance rates and how these things are or aren't affecting the car insurance rates since those situations in Texas. So what's interesting to me about it is that, like, when it comes to all of the price increases and stuff like that, they're not talking in terms of the car insurance price hikes. And again, I don't even understand how the migrants are getting insurance. I don't understand how you have no documents and you get insurance. I don't get that. It doesn't make any sense to me. How does that happen? How do you get insurance without a driving history? You know what I'm saying? So look, check this out. Look at all the risk that will be compiled onto a migrant insurance rate. New driver, right? You had a new driver insurance rate, high risk driver insurance rate, and a special risk applied to you as a migrant. Because if you speak English as your second language, you might not be able to read the signs as good. You might come from a place where the rules of the road are different. In that situation where that elderly woman was deleted in Springfield, Ohio, they said that migrant had a temporary driver's license. You're not allowed to drive alone with a temporary driver's license in Ohio. That's a punishable offense. You guys can look that up. They didn't prosecute that individual for anything, and somebody died as a result. Like, it's so much stuff that's going on that just don't make any sense. And then, like, none of these people want to ask any questions. But Trump and them dropped the ball on this. You know what I'm saying?
Those are the things that I'm spending 95% of my time talking about, Kristen. But again, the media didn't care about this story until we started sharing the 911 call about the geese. That is an indictment of the American media. But the real problem here, Kristen, let me just finish this point, is Kamala Harris opened the border with no plan for how to assimilate 20,000 people. It's made the community worse off. That's what we should be focused on.
Senator, I have to say, though, that the mayor from Dayton in that video that you're talking about and police chief responded forcefully to that new video you just referenced. They say there's absolutely no evidence to even remotely suggest that immigrants are eating pets.
Snoopy arrives to...
It's just wild that, like, man, this is where we at in 2024. You know what I'm saying? So now, anyway, it says NewsGuard, a media watchdog that monitors for misinformation online, found that Lee had been among the first people to publish a post on social media about the rumor, screenshots of which circulated online. The neighbor, Kimberly Newton, said she heard about the attack from a third party. So let's take a look at this NewsGuard thing here real quick. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Real quick, and shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment and hit the bell and share the stream to your social media. All right, so here goes NewsGuard. Triple hearsay. Original sources of the claim that Haitians eat pets in Ohio admit no firsthand knowledge. I'm not sure I'm the most credible source because I don't actually know the person who lost the cat. Kimberly Newton told NewsGuard. She is the Springfield, Ohio resident whose story started it all. All right, so I guess this is the Facebook post right here. Or is this Facebook or is this? I think this is Facebook. Yeah, this or Instagram, one of the two. It says Facebook. So yeah, we might actually we might read this. We might read this in another live stream. I'm gonna put the link in the chat so you guys can check this out. Yeah, and I wouldn't agree, I wouldn't disagree with that, Nana. Would you? How many of you all would disagree with this? Nana says, so these illegals are an issue and they are costing us and it's affecting us even in Tennessee. I don't think there's anybody here that disagrees with that. But what I disagree with is I disagree with being disingenuous. And according to Mike DeWine, right, those people who are in Springfield, quote unquote, are there under the current protections of the law. Now, here's my issue when they talk about the quote unquote current protections of the law. Just because somebody is here legally now does not mean that they entered the country legally. They could have possibly entered illegally, and because of the temporary protective status changes, they can be here legally now, which allows them to skip any type of accountability for entering the country illegally. So when people say, well, the person is here legally, they're not taking into consideration the changes in the law that kind of grandfather them into being into the country. That's not taking into consideration whether they entered legally or not. Because what if you ask me, what should be paid attention to is how they entered the country. That should be the main focal point. Not what is the situation now based on some law changes. Anybody who enters after those law changes, those laws should apply to. Not retroactively, oh, we're going to just make everybody legal by changing this law and all these people entered illegally. I don't think that that's a good way of doing things. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. All right. So then we can actually talk about that in another live stream. We'll finish that up in another live stream. All right. So now, how many people remember the individual that was carrying the goose? Duck, Duck, Goose. Y'all remember him? If you guys remember Duck, Duck, Goose, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't remember Duck, Duck, Goose, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, and that's facts, DJ Elmo. So now here says Ohio officials reveal why man in viral photo was holding two geese. Now we know that the viral photo that they talking about here is not like that was also something that was associated with this situation that's also not associated with the situation. They tried to associate it with it and say that's a person, that's one of these migrants that was doing stuff with the ducks And it's not. That was a false claim. It wasn't another situation where it wasn't in Springfield. It was in Columbus.
Clark County Communications. Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question.
Now, you guys remember that individual, I think his name was Anthony Harris. Anthony Harris mentioned something about some geese, right? So this 911 call is about some geese.
Clark County Communications. Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question. This is a non-emergency line, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm sitting here. I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today, and I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them.
Now, how do you know who's Haitian? How do you look at somebody and tell if they're Haitian? That's what I want to know. How do you do that? I'm looking, I see a group of people, I'm looking at them, and something about me looking at them can tell me that they're Haitian. Now, mind you, right? This is in Springfield, Ohio. I don't know. I don't know how you can do that.
They all had geese in their hand. They got away. I couldn't make out the first 3 of the license plate, but I got the numbers.
And let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all have ever tried to catch geese? Shout out to Shamika. What's good with it, Shamika? If anybody in here has ever tried to catch geese, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't tried to catch geese, give me a thumbs down. Geese will attack you. Geese will attack you. So now here it says the viral picture of a man holding 2 geese on an Ohio street being used to fuel claims that migrants have been gobbling up pets was nothing more than a wild goose chase, according to a report. The anonymous man who was snapped carrying the bodies of 2 birds earlier this week was removing them from the street after they were hit by a car, according to the Ohio Division of Wildlife, confirmed to TMZ. All right. So we're going to take a look at this article from TMZ because apparently TMZ is the original source. Let's see what they got. It's not an argument. It's just geese will attack. I don't have an argument because there's no evidence of anybody holding any geese except for this dude. I don't need to have an argument. There is no argument. All I'm saying is that geese will attack you. And who's ever went on a goose chase and tried to grab up a goose? I would need an argument if I was trying to defend somebody. But there's literally nobody attached to the claims except for this fake claim. So why would I need an argument? Not only my argument can't be null because I don't have an argument because there is no argument. In order for there to be an argument, there would have to be a presentation of fact or a presentation of allegation. There has been no presentation of allegation, only a 911 phone call with literally nothing attached to it. We've got a 911 phone call. There's been nobody apprehended or taken in based on a 911 phone call. And we have this, which has been substantiated by the Ohio Division of Wildlife as somebody removing roadkill. What argument do I need? What argument do I need? And as far as me being able to recognize quote unquote Haitian people, That was a statement based on me and my experience. I've never lived around a lot of immigrants or migrants. So I wouldn't be able to recognize any of those people unless I had a personal interaction with them and they actually said something that tipped me off that they were a migrant or that they were from another country or had an immigrant background. But I don't have an argument. What do I need an argument for? Here goes the argument right here. The only person that's been pictured holding geese, because let's get this out of the way. Is there any other pictures of anybody walking down the street with any birds? Now, when they got more pictures of the Mothman and they got more pictures of Bigfoot than they got of Haitians walking down the street with animals. Would you guys agree? There's more evidence substantiating Area 51 than there is of Haitians walking down the street with animals. There's more evidence of Bigfoot than there is of Haitians walking down the street with animals. Would you guys agree or would y'all disagree? Would you guys agree or would you disagree? Now, based on the information that we have, if we're going to go out on a limb and say that these accusations are true, based on the amount of evidence that we're applying to the truth of these accusations, then we got to say aliens, Bigfoot, the Mothman, and all of that stuff are true. And yeah, look at, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said khakis and polos present. That's facts. So, man holding two geese, the real story behind viral pic. A viral pic of a man holding around two geese in Ohio is blowing up after Donald Trump's bizarre pet munching Haitian immigrant claims. But we're told the photos just being twisted to fit the former president's narrative, and what's actually going on is far less dramatic. The Ohio Division of Wildlife tells TMZ the real deal behind the viral pic. The guy was actually picking up two geese that were hit in a Columbus car accident. And by the way, that's 45 minutes from Springfield, where Trump's wild claims supposedly took place. The wildlife organization clarified to us you usually need a statement or receipt from the county or sheriff or wildlife officer to claim an animal carcass. But the Franklin County Wildlife Office tells TMZ that for geese, you don't always need a receipt. So the guy was totally in the clear to have them. Also, we're told there's no evidence the man is an immigrant or Haitian or had plans to eat the geese. They make it clear the whole story is being blown out of proportion thanks to Trump's comments this week and his fans amplifying the narrative online. Bottom line, officials aren't worried about the issue as dealing with nuanced geese is a standard practice. People are perfectly fine to hunt them as long as they have the right and permit and license. This bizarre claim is nothing but a wild goose chase. I don't know about there's a rats video. I haven't seen no rats video. Y'all seen a rats video? What's the rats video? I'm not familiar with that. That's something new. So they said that this viral video was posted on the Columbus Reddit, the Columbus subreddit, and this was posted, looks like 2 months ago. Who cooking some rats? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all throw some thumbs up, flame, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Brooklyn Queen. And I would shout out to Ricky Guillory. I would agree. The TPS migrants, the TPS program is not the way to go. You know what I'm saying? It's not the way to go. So here go the post from 2 months ago. And they must have locked it down. They was getting must have been getting a lot of comments on it recently. But as you guys can see, it's from 2 months ago, and it's locked down. You can't see nothing on it anymore, or you can't post any comments on it anymore. So I'll put this in the chat. Let's see. All right, so let me see what we got next. Let me get rid of some of these tabs real quick. All right, so next what we about to do, we about to listen to this JD Vance. We about to listen to this JD Vance versus we about to listen to this JD Vance versus Dana Bash interaction here. All right. So give me 1 second. Pull this up real quick. Now, I've seen a bunch of different opinions on this online. I've seen some people make videos where they said JD Vance ended her career. And then I've seen other people that said that she got him caught up in some nonsense. From what I know about this video, there's a point in this video that JD Vance says, I'll make up stories to get the media to focus on the issues that the American people have. Here goes my question. Okay, you say that. How is that working out? If you guys would say that that's working out good and it's a strategy that they should continue with, then give me a thumbs down. If you guys think that it blew up in their face and it was a extremely impactful mistake and they're now trying to fix it, then give me a thumbs down. Let me know what you guys think.
Vice Presidential nominee JD Vance, who represents Ohio in the U.S. Senate. Thank you for being here, sir. So the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, Rob Rue, said, quote, all these federal politicians that have negatively spun our city, they need to know they're hurting our city. And it was their words that did it. Before Donald Trump talked about eating dogs and cats on a debate stage, it was you, Senator, who first elevated this baseless rumor. These are your constituents. So why are you putting them at risk by continuing to spread claims about Haitian immigrants, despite officials?
Now, shout out to I see Shamika and Nana going at it in the comment section, right? But now I gotta ask Nana this question. So Shamika said that, quote unquote, your people used to eat rats, right? A whole bunch of people eat rats. I wouldn't say that that's more racist than hanging somebody. I wouldn't say that that's racist at all. Now, here's my question. If Nana's or if Shamika says, quote unquote, your people have eaten rats, and you guys say that we commit all of the crimes, if you say that we commit all of the crimes, if that's not supposed to be racist, when you guys say that, I don't really see the outrage about why, like, what Shamika said was wrong, especially if we could pull up some information that kind of says that. Actually, not kind of says that. It'll be more substantiated than what JD Vance said about Haitian people. I just don't understand how somebody can say that we commit all of the crimes when we clearly don't. And that's okay, normal. No, nothing wrong with that, right? But then when somebody says, hey, you know, I don't know if you knew, but you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times y'all didn't wash up too thoroughly, and sometimes y'all might have snacked on rat heads. I mean, again, we always ask the question about who discovered milk and what were they doing when they discovered milk. That's concerning. One of the reasons why I don't do dairy. Now, another talking point that people always say is that we didn't discover anything. How many times have you heard people, shout out to the people in the comment section, how many times have you guys heard people go around and say, black people don't contribute anything to society? Those people never discovered anything. How many times have you heard people beat their chest and say that? Now, if we didn't discover anything, We damn sure didn't discover milk. So my question is, who was doing what when they discovered milk? Since we've been deemed as not discovering anything, we can rule ourselves out of that, right? So let's talk about that.
In your state saying that there's no evidence and pleading for you to stop.
Well, Dana, first of all, what's putting the residents of Springfield at risk, which was a town completely ignored by the American media until Donald Trump and I started surfacing some of these concerns, is that they can't afford housing, they can't afford health care. The schools have been overwhelmed, the hospitals have been overwhelmed, and they're overwhelmed because Kamala Harris allowed 20,000 Haitian migrants to get dropped into a small Ohio town of about 40,000 people, and it's completely overwhelmed the services. Now, you ask, why have I talked about some of the things that I've been talking about? Let me just say this. My constituents have brought approximately a dozen separate concerns to me. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable, and a couple of them I talk about because my constituents are telling me firsthand that they're seeing these things. So I have two options, Dana. I can ignore them, which is what the American media has done for years to this community, or I can actually talk about what people are telling me. And of course, many of the things that the media says are completely baseless have since been confirmed. For example, I was told, Dana, that by the American media, that it was baseless that migrants were capturing the geese from the local park pond and eating them. And yet there are 911 calls from well before this ever became a viral sensation of people complaining about that exact thing happening. So my attitude is listen to my constituents. Sometimes they're going to say things that people don't like, but they're saying things that people don't like because their town has been overwhelmed, and it's my job to try to fight for them and to protect them. Kamala Harris opened the border, and now these people are suffering. That's what I'm focused on, Dana.
Senator, I have to go through several things that you just said. First of all, the Clark County Sheriff and the Ohio Department of Natural Resources reviewed 11 months of 911 calls. They only identified 2 instances of people alleging Haitians were taking geese out of parks. They found 0 evidence to substantiate those claims. Also, other evidence that you have talked about, even you've retweeted alleged evidence, are unsourced social media videos from a different city, apparently no connection to Haitians. And this is from a conservative activist who offered a $5,000 reward for such things. And then going just back to the schools and the hospitals and so forth being overwhelmed, nobody is disputing that the town of Springfield, Ohio needs help. But you're not just a bystander, you're the senator from Ohio. So instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing, why not actually be constructive in helping to better integrate them into the community? Because there are a lot of employers there who say that the Haitian workers are helping fill jobs that they need desperately filled.
Dana, first of all, let me just respond to a couple of things that you said, but I want to start with something you said, which I think is frankly disgusting and is more appropriate for a Democratic propagandist than it is for an American journalist. There is nothing that I have said that has led to threats against these hospitals. These hospitals, the bomb threats and so forth, it's disgusting. The violence is disgusting. We condemn it. We condemn all violence.
Senator, this happened after you and President Trump were on the debate stage, said that cats and dogs were being eaten.
You asked a question, Dana, and I'm going to go ahead and answer it. What we have said is that this town has suffered terribly under the policies of Kamala Harris. Now, you just accused me of inciting violence against the community when all that I've done is surface the complaints of my constituents, people who are suffering because of Kamala Harris's policies. Are we not allowed to talk about these problems because some psychopaths are threatening violence? We can condemn the violence on the one hand, but also talk about the terrible consequences of Kamala Harris's open border on the other hand. Now, let me just fact check a couple of other things that you said, Dana, because it's important. You said that all of these migrants are in the country legally. They're in the country through what's called temporary protective status.
Right.
That is when Kamala Harris waved the magic amnesty wand, taking people and giving them legal status. That is,
and that's what I'm talking. That part right there is what I'm talking about how they changed the laws, and they changed the laws in a way so that it doesn't matter how somebody entered the country. If you entered the country illegally, that just goes away and you become legal automatically. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that that's efficient. And I think that that particular change is one of the many reasons of why they have so much issue with vetting. Because how do you go back and vet all of those people if they came in illegally to begin with? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
that is not to say that they're here legally. That is a terrible indictment of her amnesty policies that have further opened the
But
border
they're not.
and further
But it's
caused
not illegal.
terrible migration
You
into
might
this
be.
country.
You might not agree with the policy, and obviously you don't, which is totally fair and legitimate. There are policy disagreements all the time. But the fact is, it is the law because President Biden and Vice President Harris are. But I don't want to get. I don't want to, frankly, go down this conversation about policy because
you made a point. You don't. I agree. You don't want to talk about policy.
No,
Dana,
what
which
I
is
want
why
to talk
you're talking
about. What I want to talk about
instead of the fact,
Senator,
that
it was
Kamala
your
Harris,
distraction.
Dana, granted amnesty.
You were the one who started
level.
talking about
Granted
eating
amnesty
dogs
at a
and
mass
cats.
level.
You were the one who
Dana,
brought this
my
up. The
constituents
president
were
said
the
it to
ones who talked about
60
eating
million
dog and
people.
cats, and I talked about it because you were ignoring this community. My constituents talked about
Have
it.
you
And
been
it's
to
my
Springfield?
responsibility to surface their concerns when the American media
Have you been to
ignores it.
Springfield?
Dana, I've been to Springfield probably 100 times in my life.
How about
I've taken my
recently,
children
since
to
you've
get
heard
ice
this?
cream at Young's Jersey Dairy.
Have you heard recently since you've gotten these calls?
Have I been in the last 4 days?
No,
No,
I'm
I haven't
talking
been
about
in the last 4 days, but I've
since
talked
you've
to a lot
gotten
of
these
people in
calls from the
Springfield, Dana,
constituents.
and they're telling me this stuff is happening. Dana, would you like to ask me questions and then let me answer them, or would you like to debate me on these topics? I noticed that when you had Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, you gave them multiple choice answers to the questions that you asked, and you allowed them to answer the questions. I'm happy to be here to talk about policy, but if you're going to interrupt me every single time that I open my mouth, then why am I even doing this? So please ask a question, and I'd ask you to be polite enough to let me answer it.
Yes, I am, and I think that if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were making unsubstantiated claims that had racist undertones about people eating dogs and cats, I would, and they didn't answer the questions about that, then I would have similar interactions with them. As you know, I am very grateful that you come on the show, as I am for other Republicans. But this is something that you're hearing from constituents. I did a lot of reporting. I talked to people in Ohio over the weekend, and they're really worried about these claims. The policies, yes, I am agreeing with you that what I heard is that there is concern that these migrants, there's a lot of them, and the integration isn't being done fast enough and well enough. And that's a totally legitimate conversation. But there are other conversations that are happening. Aiden Clark, who is an 11-year-old boy who was killed in Springfield last year. It was a car accident involving a Haitian immigrant. You said that he was murdered. His father said that's not true. It was an accident. Here's what he said to you.
Politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies.
Senator, he's asking for you to apologize. Will you?
Dana, first of all, my heart.
How many of you guys think that JD Vance is going to apologize? He's not about to apologize. He definitely not. And Dana Bash definitely ain't about to get him to apologize.
Heart goes out to the Clark family, and I don't bring their son's name up because they've clearly expressed a preference for politicians to not bring their son's name up. I wish them all the best. I can't believe what kind of a tragedy they've experienced, but I'm still going to keep on talking about what the migrants have done to Springfield, Ohio, and what Kamala Harris's open border has done to Springfield, Ohio. And Dana, I think this illustrates the entire contrast between how we're trying to.
So now here's my thing, right? If JD Vance wants to talk about what the quote unquote Haitian migrants have done to Ohio, then why is he not discussing this in terms of tangible things that can be actually discussed and proven in fact that are inarguable, like the increase of 8 to 10 car accidents per day? That is something verifiable, like the fact that Mike DeWine had to request an additional $2.5 million that's not going to get spent on the citizens, is going to get spent on the migrants. Why didn't he bring that stuff up? Why try to prove this? This is what I don't understand. This is the fundamental issue that I don't understand. Why would you try to substantiate an argument with rumor? I don't understand that as a strategy. It doesn't make any sense. It's not something that I would do. And I'm not, I don't think that Trump or Vance has the wherewithal or the skill to be able to maneuver and substantiate anything with a rumor. I think that they only have a high enough skill level to substantiate things with facts. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
About this debate and how a lot of the Democrats are trying to go about this debate. They're talking about 12 Proud Boys marching in Springfield, Ohio. They're talking about the frankly fake debunkings of a lot of these stories that are out there. I'm talking to my constituents and I'm hearing terrible things about what's going on in Springfield, and Kamala Harris's open border policies have caused these problems. The hospitals are overwhelmed, Anna. The schools are.
So what JD Vance is also saying by saying this, right? And this is something that I would have brought up if I was doing an interviewing. He's bypassing the city officials who are also in the same party as him and giving more weight to the constituents instead of listening to all claims equally. I don't know if that's the best thing to do. I don't know if that sets a precedent of being able to work with your fellow lawmakers. Just saying.
Are overwhelmed. The local services are completely overwhelmed. You have people who can't afford housing. Homelessness has gone up. Murders are up by 81% because of what Kamala Harris has allowed to happen to this small community. I'm going to keep on talking about that. Now, of course, we can criticize violence. We can also still talk about the problems that are happening in Springfield, and we should be able to do both those things simultaneously, Dana.
Just once and for all,
let me ask you guys this question. How do you think that they would have handled a Trinidad Argua influx in Springfield? Because from what I haven't heard anything about any Haitian criminal migrant networks. And what's interesting about it is that rumors of Haitian migrants have come to the center stage. And just in that instant, the fact that Trinidad Argua has taken over buildings in different states, not just in Colorado, also in Texas, a Dallas hotel has been taken over by Trinidad Argua. Let's talk about these rumors instead of let's talk about what's factually going on. I think that's interesting, and I think it says a lot about the people saying the stuff. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. It says a lot, and it says a lot about the people saying the stuff. No.
Again, started this in part by saying that, at which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the first-hand account of my constituents who are telling.
Shout out to Rick Guillory. Rick Guillory said Republicans can't stay on message, hit themselves by crazy rhetoric. Just say migrants cost money. We just leave it at that. Yeah, I mean it would be just that simple. Or they're causing car accidents. It's factual stuff that you can prove. Shout out to DJ Elmo. DJ Elmo says they would have babbled for the Latino gangs. You do feel there is a butt of anti-blackness and racism with the Haitian cat story. Absolutely. That's why it got all of the attention, and Trinidad Argua has just gotten forgotten. That's why. These people feel more comfortable with talking crazy about Haitians because Haitians are less relatable to them than Trinidad Argua. Trinidad Argua got criminal networks. They've killed the beloved police. You know what I'm saying? They've taken over buildings. I haven't heard of any Haitians taking over any buildings. I haven't heard of any criminal migrant Haitian network. but they're familiar in how they talk crazy about the Haitians. They got plenty of practice here in the United States doing that. So that's why you see it is almost like a reflective, instinctive, immediate narrative shift to talking about stuff that hasn't even been substantiated in fact versus talking about stuff that has been substantiated in fact. Fact, Tren de Agua is spreading across the United States. Fact, Tren de Agua has taken over apartment buildings and hotel complexes. Facts, Tren de Agua put a green light on police. Facts, Tren de Agua deleted a police. Fact, Tren de Agua is a prison gang. Let's just talk about the rumors about the black migrants, though, because we're more familiar with that because we got all these years of practice talking crazy about black people. It's second nature. That's why you see the sudden shift. I said the gang was that actually happened. I did multiple videos on it. The media said that it wasn't true. The Michael Kaufman lied about it and said that it wasn't true. The information that I got most of my content for my channel from came from the Denver Gazette. And the Denver Gazette was one of the only mainstream or one of the only media outlets that has actually been talking about Tren de Agua as it applies to Denver or as it applies to Aurora, Colorado. Yeah, Trump told us that they were sending the prisoners here. Tren de Agua was a prison gang. Facts. I mean, these are things that they can talk about, but, you know, we've got some distinctly different migrants that we can talk about that give us a familiar comfort. So let's just jump out the window on them. And JD Vance and Trump are given the green light to do that by perpetuating these narratives. Now, mind you, he didn't say, because Trump could have went on a crazy rant and actually been true. They taken over the hotels. They taken over the apartment complexes. Aurora, Colorado is under siege. That would have been a rant that would have been based in fact. But he made the conscious choice to make a pronounced rant about rumor. He made that choice. He's responsible for that. That's all him. This is one of now. I'm gonna ask you guys this question. This is one of the reasons why I can't support Trump. He shot himself in the foot with those rants, trying to use anti-blackness to appeal to his constituents because he knows that that's what'll make him get up. Instead of going on some stuff that he could substantiate and they wouldn't be able to get him on. He made that choice and he rolled snake eyes on it. And now they got to do a cleanup job. It would have been so much easier to just say some facts. But instead, you see what the priority was.
Telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I start.
Oh, he wasn't? And I'm going to push the race card the same way that the United States pushed the race card. I will always push the race card until I sign a law that has race in it. I don't want to hear anything about pushing a race card. Them people that pushed the race card actually got money back. Now, let's talk about race. How much of a percentage of the incoming migrants do Venezuelans make up? We're talking about race. We don't need to not talk about race because it makes you feel some kind of way. You need to be mature enough to be honest about the conversation. So here's some honesty for you since Trump couldn't be honest. Who makes up the largest amount of the migrants Is it Haitians or is it Venezuelans? It's just a matter of time. Thought you were about free speech. Free speech as long as it doesn't pertain to talk about race. We're talking about race. What is the majority race of the migrants coming into the United States? They would be Venezuelan, right? What group of migrants is committing most of the crime? Because I guarantee you, Mrs. doesn't want us to talk about race, will be the first one to give us some crime stats. Give us some crime stats, Nana. Tell us who commits the majority of the crime disproportionately. Okay, and nobody said that they don't need to be sent back. And you think that you're the only person that's mixed in here? That's what you think? You're the only mixed person in the world, in the stream, on Earth? You're not. So, again, what's the majority race of the migrants? Because you know something interesting? There's a lot of mixed race Haitians, but you don't see them coming over here. Why not? There's a lot of mixed race Haitians. There's a lot of yellow, red bone Haitians. I don't know if you knew about that, but there are. Who they related to? Now, I got a question because when you talk about race, that's a way to get Republicans to be real liberal. Because Republicans are all about their identities and all about identity politics. They only get liberal and want to dilute everything when it comes to people talking about race. And that's because of the poor history that a lot of folks have with race. That's not our problem. Well, it's not about what you want. I thought you didn't want a migrant crisis. If we're going to talk about migrant crisis, we got to break down the information and we got to talk about facts based on what's problematic versus what's not problematic. We're sitting here talking about a group of migrants that makes up a very small portion of the migrants. They also make up a very small portion of the criminality. They make up about 20%, right, of the migrants, probably less than 20% of the crime. But as of right now, they seem to be taking up about 90% of the conversation. I just find that fascinating, bizarre, and also disproportionate. But, I mean, why talk about race? Because if we talk about race, then we would never come to that conclusion. Because now we need to figure out what's the stimulation of why these people are being talked about. And another thing is they didn't get a sudden influx of migrants. These people have been coming in over the course of years, if I'm not mistaken, since 2020. So now we just talked. We just mentioned race. What was so painful about that? Anybody in the chat bleeding? Is there anybody bleeding or harmed? I'm saying migrant because I'm not going to get my YouTube channel clipped. Unless you plan on giving me some money. Why would I sabotage my YouTube channel? And then I can be a victim like a conservative and go around and say I was canceled not using freedom. They're taking away my freedom of speech if I clearly violate the hate speech guidelines. I don't do stupid stuff like that. If there's rules there and I participate in a platform, I do my best to follow the rules. I don't just fly off the handle and say crazy stuff and then say they're taking away my freedom of speech. That's dumb. I want to be able to have an ability to argue and not argue based on speculation if something happens unfairly. You know what I'm saying? So again, when it comes to the Haitian migrants, for whatever reason, right now they're making up like 90% of the conversation. When it comes to the actual criminal migrants that have created a criminal migrant network, they've fallen off the radar and they've taken over 2 buildings and have a presence set up in multiple states. The only place that we know of as far as any quote unquote Haitian migrants has been in Texas, which they returned them, right? They returned them back to Haiti. Nobody seemed to be talking about that too much anymore. That's why I call them a migrant. You know what I'm saying? And then these migrants here in Springfield, Ohio, which the verdict is still out. Now, the interesting thing about Tren de Aragua is that all of the Tren de Aragua claims have been substantiated. I mean, they've deleted police. This is a fact. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've taken over and, you know, at least negatively affected these buildings. That's a fact. They got police reports on that. The only place that really hasn't had any substantiation behind any of the claims is Springfield. Now, again, when I say substantiation of any of the claims, there is stuff that we can be talking about. There's the car accident issue. There's the reckless driving issue. But those aren't the issues that they chose to use. What is it that's driving those choices? And see, here's the thing, right? You don't want anybody talking about race, right? Here's why we are going to talk about race. In Haiti, where there's issues going on with stability of the country, right? There's a fighter there named Barbecue. There's been no substantiation of any accounts of him being a cannibal. The American media, guess what they decided to say about him? They said that he was a cannibal, just going around eating people. And there's literally been no proof of that. Got an issue with Haitian migrants, saying similar stuff about the Haitian migrants with no substantiation. Now, as much as the United States allegedly can't stand Vladimir Putin, and there's actual cannibals from that area, you know, Vlad the Impaler is a Romanian neighbor. And one thing that Vlad the Impaler was known for was eating people. But somehow those stereotypes, for some reason, don't attach over there. And as much as they don't like Vladimir Putin, they've never assigned anything to him like being a cannibal or anything like that. But in the stories that have come into the media in the last 2 or 3 years, somehow they get associated with eating animals. Somehow they get associated with eating people. And if we just ignore the racial differences, then we just might not ever figure out why it is that people associate that with them. And see, that's a pattern. And another pattern is, like Caldona said, when people don't want somebody talking about something, usually that's something that needs to be talked about.
talking about cat memes. If I have to,
But it
if
wasn't
I have
just a
to
meme, sir.
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do.
Now, how far will that story creation go? How far will that story creation go? With JD Vance, the story creation will go to where we'll just call any random black person a Haitian and say that this person is a Haitian migrant eating a cat, because that's what JD Vance did. That's inarguable. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. There's no crazy idea in here except for making up stories to attempt to substantiate fact. The only person that has a crazy idea here is JD Vance. And the fact that you're okay with somebody flat out lying, you're not really selling us your party. You're not really selling us your candidate. What's the extent of making stories up?
And we should be able to do both those things simultaneously, Dana.
Just once and for all, you again started this in part by saying that, at which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the firsthand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk.
Hearsay is never admissible evidence anywhere. Where is hearsay admissible evidence at? Hearsay is hearsay. Where does hearsay ever substantiate a fact? Unless it's an quote unquote eyewitness testimony, which I don't believe that JD Vance has any of.
Talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the—
Yeah, I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Patrick, give me a thumbs up. With TDA, they have them on the camera with their criminality. They got them on camera. I mean, they've got some in custody. What Haitian migrant is in custody? Now, mind you, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some in custody, because if you ask me, that individual that hit that woman probably should be in custody, right? The individual that got in that car accident and hit that lady at 5:30 in the morning that was taking out the trash and killed her, probably he should be in custody. You know what I'm saying? But even in that situation, that's different than Tren de Aragua, right? So my question for you guys is, what is JD? And see, if I was Dana Vance or Dana Bash, I would have actually asked him that. What's your threshold on making things up? Will you make stuff up about a politician from another country that you want to assassinate? I mean, what's the extent? Where does it end? Shout out to Patrick. What's good with you, Brian? Even see you come in.
The American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. You had one interview with her. You talk about pushing back against me, Dana. You didn't push back against the fact that she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which is why a lot of Americans can't afford food and housing.
You just
He about to hurt her feelings.
said that
ought
you're
to be
creating
talking
a
about
story.
public policy.
Sir, you just said that you're creating the story.
What's that, Dana?
You just said that this is a story that you
Yes.
created. So that eating dogs.
Shout out to Greets. I don't think I need to defend Dana. I'm trying to figure out why JD Vance thinks that it's okay to make stuff up. And is this where we are? Because here go my thing, right? I don't understand how people can say that they're quote unquote about quote unquote truth and justice and then substantiate obvious lies that have been tracked down to the lies. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Yeah, I would have said that too. Shout out to Cal. Yeah, I agree. I would have said Dana should have said, so should we ask whether or not you're creating a story every time you speak and how you justified it? You talking about that guy that I talked about earlier in the video that went back on what he said? The dude that was wearing the red? Let me see if I can find it real quick. The dude that said that he wanted to be Drewski? That dude? Shout out to David Brown. What's good with it, bro? Hold on real quick. Let me see. History. You talking about this dude? Hold on real quick. You talking about this dude right here? He said he wanted a check from Trump. He told Elon Musk and Trump to send him a check.
They're running into buildings. They're running into they flipping cars in the middle of the street. Teach them culture. You know what I'm saying? Teach them traffic. Do that. Get an American orientation thing.
It don't matter, bro. Like being a liar is being a bitch. You need to substantiate the things that you say based in fact. It's plenty of facts that people can come with as far as the migrant crisis. Making shit up and running with shit being made up, I don't want people ever associating my platform with misinformation or any type of lies. I laid out all the arguments on how to argue with this about this kind of situation, about the migrant crisis. And you got people that just make stuff up. Me personally, I don't want to be associated with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be associated with people that say that they want a check from Trump or any politician. Shout out to Manhattan Black. What's good with it, bro? I could never have an issue with any other group of people to the point where I would want to get paid by the establishment to push a false narrative. I'm sorry, man. I just don't get down like that. That ain't me. I don't care who says it online. I don't care how popular it is. Nah, I actually stand on my values. You know what I'm saying? I don't go with the win. I'm white and I say so. It's not convenient for me one day and then I have an issue with it the next day. I'm against it at all times. You know what I'm saying?
These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into, they flipping cars in the middle of the street.
And
Teach
honestly,
culture, you know what I'm saying?
And honestly, if you ask me, anybody who pushes mis or disinformation, get you some sleep, Nana. Anybody that needs to push mis or disinformation is actually trying to get the conversation laughed at and turned into a joke. People like this, people like this, JD Vance, I'll just make stuff up. They're not trying to get the conversation looked at seriously. They're trying to take away from people who are actually serious about the situation and get this completely dismissed anytime it's brought up. Who's going to take this serious?
Traffic, do that. Get an American orientation thing before y'all try to just bring a different culture to a different culture, and then cultures clash, and then people don't understand shit. That's like a conquer divide and shit, and making people dislike people for no reason. And it's fucked up. It's really fucked up.
David Menzies.
Like I said, like I told y'all, man, I'm a native Ohioan. I've been in Ohio all my entire life. My whole family is from Ohio. This dude don't even sound like he's from Ohio. He might be, you know what I'm saying? But he don't sound like I never heard nobody from Ohio sound like this.
He's for Rebel News here in Springfield, Ohio. And folks, you never know who you might bump into in Springfield. I'm with Anthony Harris, and you might recall Anthony Harris making a passionate presentation to Springfield City Council. Here, check it out.
A bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants, because it's the people that's bringing them down here, because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them. Like,
this dude is a social media influencer. Now, what all Dana said was that, can we just say that these is rumors? Which they are. That's all she did. And JD Vance said, I'll make up whatever I need to make up. Now, last time I checked, I'll make up whatever I need to make up. That to me sounds like I'm white and I say so. I don't support that. I don't support JD Vance making up what he wants to whenever he wants to. Because JD Vance made up some other stuff about black farmers. So is that true too? Because JD Vance said it? Because when somebody makes up stuff about somebody, it's just a matter of time before they make up stuff about you. And this dude right here, this dude in the red, he backs down on all his comments. Here go JD Vance right here. Black farmers call for Vance apology on farm benefit comments. NBFA founder John W. Boyd Jr. has demanded an apology from JD Vance for comments made about farm benefits, because JD Vance said that the black farmers don't deserve no benefits. National Black Farmers Association is calling on Republican vice presidential candidate JD Vance to apologize for comments claiming the Biden-Harris administration handed out farm benefits to growers based on skin colors. Let me ask you guys this question. Did the black farmers get their benefits that they got because of their skin color? Shout out to AB Promotions. What's good with it, bro? This JD Vance, though. Now, you know, it's some farmers in Colorado that's going through it, right? What JD Vance doing for them black farmers in Colorado that's been terrorized by the white people of Colorado? But the first thing they're going to do is go, what, to Springfield, Ohio? Aurora, Colorado? Springfield, Ohio, and Colorado ain't no OG migrant cities. Chicago said that they're going to flip Chicago. The black people in Chicago said they're going to flip the vote red. And in response to that, Trump said, I'm about to go to Aurora and I'm about to go to Springfield first. What? Trump got triple the black support that he had last year. 3 times the black support. He ain't said he about to do a damn thing for anybody. Everybody, you know what I'm saying, happy about some trickle-down stuff. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Patrick Tyler said they were discriminated against because of their skin color, which is why they had to pay. But hey, JD Vance said, shout out to you, Law. What's good with it, bro? JD Vance said, you know what I'm saying? You getting skin color handouts. Another pattern of lies and misinformation from JD Vance, who thinks that he can say whatever he wants to without consequence.
So, Anthony, you and many other residents of Springfield, Ohio, have been speaking out about aspects of the Haitian migrant situation here in this city.
Everyone is talking about the death of ducks and cats in this town, but I'd like to talk about the death of one very special person, my mother-in-law, Kathy Heaton. On December 1st, I received a phone call that changed my life forever. She was collecting her trash can from her driveway when a car struck and killed her instantly. A task she had done over 2,000 times, spanning 4 decades in Springfield. That morning, though, a Haitian immigrant was allegedly driving recklessly when he struck and killed her.
First of all, did you expect such a fallout in terms of media coverage, in terms of former President Trump mentioning this on the debate a few nights ago?
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield,
Aurora and Springfield is the only towns dealing with the migrant crisis? Those are the only cities that Trump see. Why do you think that is? He ain't even mentioned Denver. Think about that.
they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
What are your thoughts?
Be careful what the fuck you ask for. I was concerned for the people in Springfield, Ohio. I was concerned for their safety. I was concerned for the amount of traffic accidents. I was concerned that a lot of stuff was different that was going on that the city, I feel like in Springfield, wasn't handled correctly. Main concern was definitely the accidents in traffic, which was nonstop, that I actually documented. And I thought it was like obscene. I'm like, man, you know, we all have family out here in traffic, and the way that I don't know how it's working with the traffic shit, but a lot of people didn't know how to drive, and a lot of people were getting into wrecks.
And we know for certain that tragically, an elementary school age child was killed in a traffic accident.
I don't think their family want to keep having that mentioned.
That is indeed what they've said. They don't want it to be politicized.
What's that? You just said it.
Well, I did, but I'm just trying
let's
to
just go to the next one because they said they don't want to talk about it.
Okay, fair enough.
Disrespectfully, like, just don't even put that in because their family started that.
I'm just trying to help you make your case about traffic.
Okay, you have a valid point.
Okay. All right. So
let me ask y'all this question: what y'all think the comment section says about this dude? I'm gonna put the link to this video once we get through with this again in the chat, so y'all can see what they said in the comment section. I'm curious as to how the comment section went on this video.
All right. Well, Anthony, certainly the most sensational thing about what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, allegedly, is Haitians capturing wildlife, capturing pets, using them for food, using them for ritualistic sacrifice.
Nobody ever said that. I don't know who the fuck said something about some cats or dogs.
So it's okay to just make these stories up. Now, this was the black guy that we was talking about, right? Because he's the only black person that I've heard that's not Haitian that's discussed this. He just said nobody's talking about cats and dogs, which is not true. The entire country is talking about cats and dogs, but okay. According to him, nobody's talking about cats and dogs. But according to him, nobody's talking about cats and dogs. I can't rock with misinformation, man. I can't rock with lies. I can't rock with lies. I can't rock with liars. I can't do it.
Anthony, certainly the most sensational thing about what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, allegedly, is Haitians capturing wildlife, capturing pets, using them for food, using them for ritualistic sacrifice.
Nobody ever said that. I don't know who the fuck said something about some cats or dogs.
Now, what this dude just say? He said he don't know nothing about anybody saying anything about no cats and dogs. Now let's listen to a little bit more.
Okay. I don't know nothing about no cats or no dogs, bro. Okay. I never seen no cats or no dogs. None of that shit happening. I never seen that shit in real life. I heard a motherfucker saying cats is coming up missing, but I ain't never seen that shit in real life, bro. Oh God. What the fuck was we talking about? I'm all over the place. I've never seen that shit happen in motherfucking real life. All I said was, people are in the parks getting ducks and grabbing them up by the head and cutting them off and walking off and eating them because this is a rumor going around the city.
I'm riding on the trail.
So now he says this is a rumor going around the city. And as it comes out, as deeper research goes into any of these claims, they're all rumors. But let's just continue with the rumors so that nobody takes any of this serious, so that everybody laughs at us anytime we bring this stuff up, and so that people don't take our platform serious, so we can be looked at like a joke.
Going to my orientation for my job today, and I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hands.
I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I'm gonna give everybody in here a word of advice. People that get sabotaged on everything that they try to do, literally people that for every attempt of doing something get sabotaged and got a sabotage story for why something's not done, should take advice when somebody's telling you, look, when somebody's coming with some BS, they sabotaging this. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. You know how Trump posted 0-2? I would look at that 0-60. And when somebody be like, yo, people that's pushing this kind of stuff is trying to sabotage the whole conversation, I would listen to that. Or I would or be 0-61. You know what I'm saying? Be 0-61.
And
I brought it to the attention of the city council, who needs to look into it. I did not know the whole fucking world, even the BBC News, Fox, ABC, Dr. Phil. I didn't know all these motherfuckers was going to come into looking this. I'm going to tell y'all just like this. I ain't never seen no motherfucker eat no cat or no dog. I don't know where that came from. I never said that shit. So I don't know nothing about it. If I knew something about it, I would have said something about it. I never said no shit like that.
Shout out to you, Law. Facts. That's something right there that's provable. No one would argue with that. Shout out to you, Law. It's a ton of illegals in my city. They can't drive worth a damn. Most of the situations going on in Springfield, Ohio, have to do with reckless driving, car accidents, and property damage. Those are all things that can be substantiated with police reports and actual material witnesses. Again, this dude right here, homeboy, just said that the wild stuff was rumors. What more we got to do? But just pay attention, because again, the people that are pushing things that can be easily debunked to make the entire conversation look like a joke, them your people that's trying to sabotage everything, man. You know what I'm saying? Them the people that's trying to have people. Think about this. If you don't believe me, right? Listen to what did Trump and JD Vance say? Trump and JD Vance said that they got the information that Trump talked about in the debate from the people calling him. We don't know who these people calling him are, but the majority of the calls must have been the rumor stuff, and that's what they talked about in the debate, the most extreme stuff. And look at how that information that they were fed sabotaged Trump at the debate. I'm not defending any anti-FBA people, bro. What you don't get is I'm actually defending FBA people. I'm telling FBA people, stand on facts and evidence. It's plenty of facts and evidence that can be used, that can be proven, that won't have you laughed out of a room, that you can prove your point on this stuff with. Don't make up rumors and follow fake rumors and be sitting up there looking like JD Vance and Trump. I wouldn't say defending anti-FBA people is our problem, because I don't think most people defend anti-FBA people. I'm definitely not. I'm defending FBA people because I'm telling you, don't fall for the trick bag. But other people have gotten people so emotionally involved in these diaspora wars that people will do anything, even if it's something that'll be completely debunked and have you laughed out of a room and nobody take you serious anymore. So now you self-censored and can't even bring this stuff up because nobody's going to listen to you because you got no credibility. That's protecting yourself, bro. Protecting yourself and protecting your credibility is the ultimate form of protection. Again, this is about you. This is about us. Come with facts, not come with misinformation. Who's defending them? Somebody give you a news interview and then they pull up a fact check sheet of where these rumors have been made up. What's that do for your credibility? And then if you go on an interview and spread misinformation and associate yourself with a group, what are they going to say about people in a group? It's not going to help your credibility. What can you do with no credibility? Nothing. Nothing. If you don't see how protection of your credibility is the priority, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. What I'm getting from what you're saying is that you actually don't care about your credibility. You actually don't care about your articulation. The wider, longer term goal of this type of conversation is not something that's of consequence. Getting the quick 2 points in the slam dunk is of the immediate goal, not necessarily winning the game. I'm about winning the game. I don't move short term. I don't move immediate gratification. And I'm going to just be 100% honest with you, bro. Moving short term and moving immediate gratification. Again, see, because me personally, I'm somebody that's really tired of anytime we talk about something, people say how we get sabotaged. When sabotage can be taken care of so easy by taking certain steps and contingencies. One of the certain steps and contingencies that can be taken is making sure you always hit the target. Oh, shout out to AB. He fact checked himself right here. Bro, listen to the whole listen. We about to play this. Listen. Cuz this dude right this is the quote unquote black dude. This is the quote unquote only black dude.
I don't know where the fuck I don't know where that came from.
Well, you know, Anthony, that is exactly why we've driven 10 hours to Springfield, Ohio. We want to find out what's true, what's false. Anthony, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's where we different, bro. I'm FBA and I care about making sure that I hit the target. Because lies just get you caught up. Just get you caught up. I'm FBA to the core. Black American as they get. My parents taught me that lesson long time ago when I was a kid. My parents didn't teach me it don't matter who you lie on. I didn't grow up like that. My parents taught me to make sure that you always come correct, straight down the middle. And if you come straight down the middle, you will always hit the target. You don't need to make stuff up. Making stuff up is for weak people that can't fight. I was also taught if you fight, win. I never had a household lesson that said it's permissible to lie or care less who gets lied on, especially when it's other people pushing the lie. That pushing lies and accepting lies is not something, in my opinion, that should be associated with an honorable group of people. Like I said, it can't be I'm white and I say so in one instance, and then it's, oh, well, we just look past it in the next. Because it's just a matter of time before that I'm white and I say so get pointed at you. Oh, that's right. It was pointed at Black American farmers because those farmers is Black American, right? So it don't matter if JD Vance lies, but it's okay if he lies on some Black American farmers. And I got to agree with DJ Elmo. Slander is the last trick of the person that loses the debate. Facts. I'm not that invested in I need to lie about some stuff. If I have a point that I got to prove, I can prove it with facts. I don't need to lie about it. I don't need to be a slickster. I don't need to do nothing. I can just walk up to the person, eye to eye. This is the issue. You know what I'm saying? Maintaining your integrity. That's the best protection of you, bro. That's not protecting nobody else but you. Explain to me how I'm defending anybody other than us. I think a lot of times people's problem is that they buy into rumors, and a lot of times people latch on to white supremacy talking points when it benefits them, and no white supremacy should be permissible ever. I think that's people's biggest problem. But I don't understand how I'm sitting here defending Haitian migrants when I literally been going in on the entire migrant crisis on all my YouTube channels. But if something ain't real, it's not real. And I'm not going to push some stuff that's not real. I care about my integrity. I don't want people laughing at me if I go on another platform. You know what I'm saying? oh, you can't trust what Rob say because this is BS. I remember this one story when he just fabricated this entire thing. I got a reputation I got to keep. And I wish that more people actually cared about their reputation. I wish people cared about their integrity. Because believe it or not, your integrity actually matters. It's not even about that I'm fair, AW1. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about us first. But at the same time, that means we got to be infallible. We got to be ironclad and solid. We can't be all flimsy. Just, you know what I'm saying? 1 minute, JD Vance being a white supremacist is some garbage. And then the next minute, it's okay as long as it make us feel good. Like that white supremacy should never make anybody feel good ever. And honestly, like I'm not really into repeating alt-right BS. I'm not into it, man. I don't care who, like, I see people out here nowadays just trying to like make it appeasable and make it cool to where, you know what I'm saying, like black people can step into that alt-right type stuff. I ain't with it. I'm not with it, man. It ain't about being fair, bro. Trust me, I'm not fair. You know what I'm saying? I got a certain standard that I have for my integrity of information as a journalist. Now, it might make you, you know what I'm saying, like me more if I just decided to lie about some stuff. But unfortunately, you're not an authority of journalism where you would be judging the integrity of my content. And if I did make some stuff up and I did lie, I wouldn't be surprised if you'd be like, yo, you know, Rob, cool, man, but I can't trust nothing that he say. I don't care about people's double standards, bro. It's only one double standard. It's only zeros and it's only ones. Like, you think you're going to try to shame me into making some stuff up? I'm not going to do that, bro. Anybody want to check my forehead forensics to see if I'm really FBA? I got braids all the way down to my back. My grandmother's name is Ollie Mae. She passed away. It's a difference between, quote unquote, caping for migrants and lying. Now, I don't know where you've been when I've been talking about the temporary protected status, but I completely disagree with that. And the reason why is because the temporary protected status lets people in the country illegally, and then it quantitatively eases them and allows them to be in the country illegally. That's something that's a fact, that's verifiable, that I've been harping on. But that don't matter, though, for some reason. Because I'm not saying somebody's eating cats that I haven't seen, that nobody's seen. Would everybody feel better if I just lied and said these people ate cats and got my YouTube channels deleted? And then everybody be like, man, Rob used to go in. Rob used to be bringing us information all the time. What happened to him? Well, I hate to disappoint y'all, but I ain't about to do that. And if you ask me, I think that the people are not talking about the technical issues about the migrant crisis, again, because they're trying to distract from it and get the conversation laughed out of the room for that reason, and because I don't think they even understand the immigration laws to have the capacity to even talk about the technical issues like temporary protected status. Because if they did, they'd talk about it. Why don't people talk about stuff in terms of facts, in terms of intelligence? Everything got to be a roast contest to get somebody to listen? I got to do an episode of Martin and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, for real? That says stuff about people, and I don't like what that says about people. But I'm not the one that's saying it, though. That's what's in demand. Shout out to Shatera. What's good with it, Shatera? I'm just saying. Now, let me ask you this. How many of y'all voted Democrat before? Because I'm going to tell you something. I haven't. Ever in my life. So, my advice would be take some game from somebody who ain't never been down this road to begin with. Before somebody try to come at me telling me I'm caping for people. I ain't never been sabotaged because I always pick up on stuff. I always size people up. But for the people that feel like there's always been some type of sabotage or quote unquote, we always been tricked, take some advice from somebody that don't get tricked. That would be my advice. And one of the reasons why I don't get tricked very often is because I'm solid, just like I'm trying to keep my information. So that way somebody can't gas you up with a bunch of nonsense. You've been believing a bunch of misinformation, and then you go fly out the window for the misinformation and you fall and land flat on your face. That's what tends to happen a lot of times. Shout out to my man U-Law. Facts. U-Law said, I've been rocking with Rob a long time. He always brings the receipts. Facts. Nah, I didn't hear about that. You said they flooded a Haitian business to show support. What? Nah, I ain't hear nothing about that. But apparently what I do is cape for migrants. You know what I'm saying? Because I said that it's been rumors and it's not substantiated with fact. That's caping somehow. So here go my question. If what I'm doing is caping, then what is this?
Ducks and grabbing them up by the head and cutting them off and walking off and eating them, because this is a rumor going around the city.
I'm riding on the
What's if I'm caping, we mad at Rob. What's this? Because this is the validating fact that's supposed to make all this true, right?
What's up? You just said it.
Well, I did, but I'm just trying
Let's
to
just go to the next one because they said they don't want to talk about it.
Okay, fair enough.
Disrespectfully, like, just don't even put that because their family started that.
I'm just trying to help you make your case about traffic.
Okay, yeah, you have a valid point.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Well, Anthony, certainly the most sensational thing about what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, allegedly, is Haitians capturing wildlife, capturing pets, using them for food, using them for ritualistic sacrifice.
Nobody ever said that. I don't know who the fuck said something about some cats.
Now, is that him caping? In the comment section, is he caping for migrants? Because this was the validating fact that all of this stuff is true, and now he's saying it's rumor. So are we confused? Am I caping? Or is this dude caping? Who's caping? This is why keeping your story straight is so important. Let me ask you all this question. Did he just say that this stuff is rumor? Now, this is the guy that was at the city council meeting. So who's caping? Who's quote unquote being fair? Who's quote unquote fighting quote unquote other people's battles? Who's doing it? What's going on here?
Or dogs. I don't know nothing about no cats or no dogs, bro.
So who does know about the cats or dogs? What did I say? All I said that there was rumors. So, in my opinion, it's not the best idea to try to prove a point with a rumor. Hearsay is not even admissible in court. But somehow that turns into me caping. You caping, Rob. You caping. Am I? So here go my question. If I'm caping, what's he doing? What's he doing? He looking real skittish. He looking real bad. You ain't never about to catch me looking like that. Because I'm not even going to jump out a window or say something until I know for a fact and until I cross-referenced it, until I checked it. Because that's called work ethic and being thorough. Don't have nothing to do with caping. It's a difference between caping. Ain't nobody out here playing defense attorney. I've been said I disagree with the TPS. You can't even tell how people came into the country with TPS. But at the same time, I disagree with people looking stupid. Let me ask y'all this question. Do he look stupid? Does this dude look intelligent? Does he look credible? Would you take what he said at his word? Now, mind you, some of the people take stuff that they say at their word. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some people say, yeah, they would take this dude at his word. But I said from the get-go when I first heard this dude, nah, something off with this story. And I don't trust no social media content creators. The only type of social media content creator that I would trust as far as on a journalism tip is a social media content creator that's an actual journalist. I don't trust this dude. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust this dude. I said it at the jump when we first went over this.
Well, Anthony,
now let me ask you guys this question: is this a good interview? Is this a believable interview? If you had questions about the migrant crisis, would you believe it, or would you lose faith in your thoughts about it based on listening to this? Would you ask yourself, why did they even let this dude talk at the city council meeting?
The most sensational thing about what's happening in Springfield, Ohio, allegedly, is Haitians capturing wildlife, capturing pets, using them for food, using them for.
Now, hold on, Greets. Now, again, I said that I don't think this dude is even from Ohio. He don't sound. Now, you talking about your brother. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I don't know anything about, you know what I'm saying, your brother. Shout out to your brother being from the 614. Shout out to the 614. I'm from Ohio, bro, all my life. You go all throughout Northeast Ohio, bro. People know me. Cleveland, Youngstown, Akron, Canton. You know what I'm saying? They know my family. Now, mind you, it's a little bit different in Northeast Ohio than it is Columbus and below. But he don't sound like somebody from Ohio. And questioning whether he was FBA or not, it didn't come up until he started backpedaling. Now, I said from jump I didn't trust this dude, for one, because he a social media content creator, and he sounded like he was trying to clip farm. But this is the problem with misinformation. A lot of times misinformation is targeted towards people's emotion. So when people give some BS, it'll bypass all the defenses and go right to the target. And this is why I'd be like, nah, bruh. Nah, homie. Like, I'm sizing you up, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it's some things that don't match.
Ritualistic sacrifice.
Nobody ever said that. I don't know who the fuck said something about some cats or dogs. Okay. I don't know nothing about no cats or no dogs, bro. Okay. I never seen no cats or no dogs. None of that shit happening. I never seen that shit in real life. I heard a motherfucker saying cats is coming up missing, but I ain't never seen that shit in real life, bro. Oh God. What the fuck was we talking about? I'm all over the place. I've never seen that shit happen in motherfucking real life. All I said was, people are in the parks getting ducks and grabbing them up by the head and cutting them off and walking off and eating them because this is a rumor going around the city.
I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today, and I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them.
Now, here go the thing, right? Shout out to Greets. Greets said he looks non-FBA, right? I don't know what ethnicity this dude is. All I know is I said he don't sound like he's somebody from Ohio, right? But let's just ask this question. What if he is, though? Then they'd be sitting up there saying the same nonsense that they always say. They pushing xenophobia. They pushing anti-immigrant rumors. And then when it come to find out that this is indeed an anti-immigrant rumor, gonna have us looking stupid like how Trump was looking stupid. I try to avoid situations where I look stupid so that my credibility and my integrity can be maintained, because that is a priority to me. And I'm not going to make up no shit when I don't need to. And I'm not going to make up no shit at all. Because in most cases, I got everything that I need to hit the target. So I don't need to do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as these geese go, here go the geese. Shout out to the specialist. What's good with it, bro? Real quick, shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. I'd really appreciate it.
They all had geese in their hand.
I brought it to the attention of the city council, who needs to look into it. I did not know the whole fucking world, even the BBC News, Fox, ABC, Dr. Phil. I didn't know all these motherfuckers was going to come in to look in this. I'm going to tell you.
Now, he's lying right here. Because in his video, in his city council testimony, he said he's getting thousands and tens of thousands of views on his social media videos. So if you getting that many views, how do you think that people are not going to see or hear what you're talking about? Yo, bro, that's what I'm saying. We don't know who was calling into the offices, and they just took the most extreme stories, because most of the stories coming out of Springfield is about car accidents. So it could have been some plants like, yo, this happening, that happening, this happening, that happening, and they didn't vet it. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I keep saying. When people come with this extreme stuff, and they try to get people to perpetuate extreme nonsense that can't be proven, bro, they trying to take away from the integrity of the conversation. That's not me caping for anybody. That's actually me trying to protect people from looking stupid and actually protecting their integrity about what they're talking about with the conversation. I wouldn't be, bro. You are, shout out to you, bro. If you guys think that Patrick is on to something, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm saying mis and disinformation is so damn dangerous. It's not about, oh, you trying to protect or you trying to cape. Nah, bro, I'm trying to cape for us. I'm trying to make sure that what happened to Trump don't happen to us.
just like this. I ain't never seen no motherfucker eat no cat or no dog. I don't know where that came from. I never said that shit. So
he don't know where that came from. I know where it came from.
Who needs to look into it. I did not know the whole fucking world, even the BBC News, Fox, ABC, Dr. Phil. I didn't know all these motherfuckers was going to come into looking this. I'm going to tell y'all just like this. I ain't never seen no motherfucker eat no cat or no dog. I don't know where that came from. I never said that shit. So I don't know nothing about it. If I knew something about it, I would have said something about it. I never.
Hey, how many? Now, when I say this dude got, see, like, and this is what I keep saying. He don't sound like he's somebody from Ohio, but he might be. He might be. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't have an accent and all that. But like, what he do sound like, he's got the young social media content creator accent. And y'all know what I'm talking about when I say he got the young social media content creator accent. If you guys would agree this dude has the young social media content creator accent, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think so, give me a thumbs down. And that's why I don't trust nothing that he's saying. You're not talking in like a normal fashion. You're talking video friendly. You're talking like you're making content. I don't believe what you're saying, dude. You trying to make content. You ain't trying to talk about this situation. You're trying to make content out of this situation. Shout out to Mike Mellis John. What's good with you, bro? And that's why I said from the jump, I noticed that off the rip when he was talking in that city hall meeting. I'm like, yo, for one, dude don't sound like somebody from Ohio. And for two, you sound crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not even articulating the way you need to articulate. You sound like you're making a TikTok video or a YouTube short. And I said that off the rip. Now, when I said it off the rip, if somebody said, oh, you just caping for them Haitian migrants, bro, he telling the truth. If somebody had said that right when I said that he was caping off the rip, or right when I said that he was weird off the rip, that wouldn't have aged real well. What I said aged well.
Said no shit like that. I don't know where the fuck that. I don't know where that came from.
Well, you know, Anthony, that is exactly why we've driven 10 hours to Springfield, Ohio. We want to find out what's true,
Facts.
what's false. Anthony,
facts, bro. And that's bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, don't even get me started, bro. Shout out to you though, bro. Good to see you in here.
I guess the question arises: do you regret addressing Springfield City Hall?
Yeah, I will never help these niggas a day in my life. I will never help.
And again, like I said, like listen to the way he talk about Springfield. Like I don't think he's from Springfield. He got his information about the history of Springfield from the post that John Legend made. Bro, if you grew up in that city, if your whole family grew up in that city, that's all your like you know about the city. Like I said, I didn't grow up in Akron, but I've been here for a long time. I'm a transplant. I moved from Cleveland and I'm here now. And I've been here for over 20 years. I know a lot about Akron just from being here. How the information about your city, the only information that you know you got from John Legend. Not well, shout out to Greets. I don't know about the hat. That's the Cincinnati Reds hat. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't that far from Cincinnati. So, you know what I'm saying? He could just be a Reds fan. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
People a day in my life again. You know what? I see why people are selfish. I see why people only worry about themselves. I see why people don't help people.
Shout out to
I see why
Alonda,
people
facts.
stay to their own self. I see why there are introverts. I see why this world is really honestly fucked up. A motherfucker that got out here that really tried to help his community because motherfuckers were.
Well, I mean, my thing is, and I don't know, you know what I'm saying, as far as that goes, as far as the homeland. But what we talking about is the Haitian migrant situation in Springfield, Ohio. And as far as this Haitian migrant situation goes in Springfield, Ohio, what is true is that there's 8 to 10 car accidents every day. What's true is that there's been fatal car accidents that's killed residents of Springfield, and the migrants haven't been prosecuted for them. Those are things that are true. Those are things that are verifiable. Another thing is the car accidents are so bad that Governor Mike DeWine had to request more highway patrol people to come to the area. And he's also requesting $2.5 million in aid from the state or from the federal government. These are facts. You know what I'm saying? These are things that could be argued and looked at and be shown on paper, and there's nobody that can debunk them. These allegations here are getting debunked left and right. Wouldn't be the way to go if it was me. I wouldn't have gone down this road. And then now what's also happening is a lot of these people that are that have brought forth these allegations, like as you see right here in real time, are backing down from them. Oh, I didn't know about this. I didn't know about that.
Wrecking non-fucking stop, and then you got to deal with all this bullshit. I don't like this shit. I wanted to be an influencer. I wanted to do what Kai Cenat and Drewski doing. I wanted to do what fucking Duke Dennis is doing.
What's the name of that mansion that they got? The AMP mansion? He want to do like Kai Cenat doing. Well, you doing like Kai Cenat doing. You just ain't got the following, you know what I'm saying? And you ain't got, you know, all the money and all the notoriety, and you're not a mansion member. Now, again, yeah, and right, so that's what I'm saying, Patrick. And it's like they all backing out of it now to like isolate Trump and JD Vance. We don't know who them people was that called Trump and JD Vance. It could have been them. Yeah, well, I've never been, so I'm not disproving you, bro. And I'm not arguing with you saying that it do or don't happen. I'm just saying I don't know what goes on in Haiti. I've never been to Haiti. I don't even have much experience with Haitian people. I'm just simply talking about what's being talked about as far as the migrant situation in Springfield. You know what I'm saying?
Never help these niggas a day in my life. I will never help people a day in my life again. You know what? I see why people are selfish. I see why people only worry about themselves. I see why people don't help people. I see why people stay to their own self. I see why there are introverts. I see why this world is really honestly fucked up. A motherfucker that got out here that really tried to help his community because motherfuckers were wrecking non-fucking stop, and then you got to deal with all this bullshit? I don't.
Well, and what is this dude dealing with though? Exactly. That's my point. And it's not me caping for Haitians to tell people do not go down the road of this guy. That's me actually caping for people to maintain face. Shout out to Shatera. Shatera says he clearly did too much for a viral moment and it got too hot. Facts. I agree 100%. And he's going to actually allude to that later. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys agree with Shatera, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And again, I agree 110%. Shout out to Win, Lose a Rug. This interview was done. Bro, this dude, now, you know how people were saying like Brandon Jamal got TikTok brain because like he can't concentrate, and then like he had him issues with the podcast that he be on with the long form podcast. He'd kind of get into it with the podcast host. Now, I wouldn't say that Brandon Jamal got TikTok brain. This dude right here, this is live action TikTok brain right here. This is TikTok brain. I wouldn't say Brandon Jamal got TikTok brain. This dude got TikTok. This right here, this live action TikTok brain. You know what I'm saying? I agree, bro. I agree. Then there it is. There it is right there, bro. When Trump got up there and said what he said on the debate stage, he was like, oh, shoot. Facts. And you're going to see, watch. You must have seen this already, but watch.
Like this shit. I wanted to be an influencer. I wanted to do what Kai Cenat and Drewski doing. I wanted to do what fucking Duke Dennis is doing. What all of them is doing. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to help this community. I seen that people were wrecking consistently. People were getting hurt. I did not want that to happen to me or none of my loved ones. And I don't know how the fuck cats and dogs arose from that shit. I said something about some goose because people were in the fucking park concerned with their kids because they seen a motherfucker do it. So I brought it to City Hall's attention. Thank you for all the people that actually gave a fuck, but I ain't never seen no fucking cat and dog get ate in my life, and I never fucking.
Man, hold on real quick, man. I don't think that people caught the significance of this. This male, this man, this guy just slapped his thigh.
Doing what all of them is doing. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to help this community. I seen that people were wrecking consistently. People were getting hurt. I did not want that to happen to me or none of my loved ones. And I don't know how the fuck cats and dogs arose from that shit. I said something about some goose because people were in the fucking park concerned with their kids because they seen a motherfucker do it. So I brought it to City Hall's attention. Thank you.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you, Torian. I'll shoot. You know what? Yeah, I got you. Soon as I get done with this, because after this video, man, I'm about to go to bed and reschedule that stream I had scheduled for 8. But yeah, I got you, bro. I'll shoot it to you on Discord. Man, what dude slaps their thigh out of frustration? Who does that, man? Seriously, who does it? What dude does it?
For all the people that actually gave a fuck, but I ain't never seen no fucking cat and dog get ate in my life, and I never fucking said that. I said something about a goose, and somebody told me they see somebody grab a fucking goose up and cut his fucking head off, and that's what the fuck I said. But when you ask me, do I regret it? Hell yeah, I would never help a motherfucker a day in my life, let alone a whole community. Help a whole community, and this is what the fuck I gotta deal with. Hell no.
What do you got to deal with? What is he dealing with? See, and then I asked this question when we first watched this. What is he dealing with? He's not like, bro, he's not dealing with any backlash. Like, what's he talking about? Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment. Do me a favor, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. You said duck, duck, goose. Oh, man.
I won't help nobody. I help who matters to me, because I thought the city of Springfield, but I thought it mattered to me. I thought the people mattered to me, and they do. They honestly fucking do. But like when bullshit comes up and narratives get twisted, and it's like, it's odd. It's really fucked up though, because I really give a fuck, and I really don't want nobody out here getting killed in a car accident. I really gave a fuck. I gave a fuck. But yes, I regret trying to help a whole fucking community. I won't help these niggas a day again in my life. If I got to deal with all this shit, I try to help.
Deal with what though? Like, what are you dealing with? You're not dealing with nothing. Like, what are you dealing with? See, this is what I'm talking about, man. Shout out to the specialist. You can't take him seriously. So just imagine if a bunch of people just repeat this nonsense. Can't take none of them serious. That's my point. Let me ask you guys this question. Who can debunk any of my critiques of the migrant crisis? What have I ever said that's mis or disinformation? People may disagree with some of my opinions, and that's fair. You know, I don't have a problem with anybody disagreeing with my opinions. That's fine. At least base it in some fact. But as far as my presentation of information when it comes to these things, what have I ever said that's not accurate or not based in fact? When have I ever perpetuated rumor to you all as if it's fact? When have I ever tried to push that to you guys as if it's fact? I never have. And I promise you all, I never will. And this is the reason why. Not only, you know what I'm saying, I'll mess with y'all, but aside from that, this is the reason why.
Help y'all to try to better it, to make shit safe for everybody. And then we got to deal with motherfucking schools getting closed down. We got to deal with motherfucking all the government buildings getting closed down. We got to do interviews at the police station because weird shit is going on. I don't want to deal with that shit from trying to help some people, for trying to keep people safe. I don't like that shit. I don't want to deal with this shit. I don't like it. All I was doing is trying to help the community and trying to help so people stay safe right here in these streets. And it went left. I don't know about no fucking cats and dogs. I ain't never heard of nobody eating no cats and dogs. Only people I ever heard eating cats and dogs are people.
Look at it. He sounded, man, listen, man. This is what I don't want, man. I don't want anybody that I know, that I'm cool with, that I'm associated with, to jump out a window sounding crazy like this. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying?
What, Chinese restaurants? And that's what everybody ever heard. I've heard that shit. Everybody else heard that shit. I'm speaking on what the fuck I heard. I'm not politically correct, and I'm going to say exactly how I feel. And that's what got people to understand what I was saying, because I said how we all talk, and I said something that we all can understand. I don't know where all this extra narrative shit came from. Cats and dogs. Donald Trump, man. Hey, man, I'm going to say this. Can Donald Trump send me some fucking money, bro? Oh, God, Donald Trump, bro.
The interviewer, like, what's going on here? Look. Donald Trump, send me some money, man.
eating no cats and dogs. Only people I ever heard eating cats and dogs are people at Chinese restaurants, and that's what everybody ever heard. I've heard that shit. Everybody else heard that shit. I'm speaking on what the fuck I heard. I'm not politically correct, and I'm gonna say exactly how I feel, and that's what got people to understand what I was saying, because I said how we all talk, and I said something that we all can understand. I don't know where all this extra narrative shit came from. Cats and dogs. Donald Trump, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna say this. Can Donald Trump send me some fucking money, bro? On God, Donald Trump, bro. You did this shit, bro. I'm not mad at you. Donald Trump, bro. Send me some money or get in contact.
He said, you see that? Like, you did this, bro. Like, I just, that's, hey, snitching, dry snitching. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And that's what everybody ever heard. I've heard that shit. Everybody else heard that shit. I'm speaking on what the fuck I heard. I'm not politically correct, and I'm gonna say exactly how I feel. And that's what got people to understand what I was saying, because I said how we all talk, and I said something that we all can understand. I don't know where all this extra narrative shit came from. Cats and dogs. Donald Trump, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna say this. Can Donald Trump send me some fucking money, bro? On God, Donald Trump, bro. You did this shit, bro. I'm not mad at you. Donald Trump, bro. Send me some money or get in contact with me. Elon Musk. Call me too, bro. Y'all got motherfuckers out here saying cats and dogs. You're not eating cats and dogs. I ain't never seen that shit, bro.
Anthony,
that shit. Y'all owe me a bag, bro. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Y'all owe me a bag. All I did was trying to help my community and keep my community.
hey, man, he got like that little white flake on his lip, man. That's I can't stand when people got that. I don't know if y'all can see it, but like it's like all big on my computer screen. He got like the little white, like the little, I don't know what that is. The little, I don't know what it is, but you know how some people be getting that little, like the little white thing on their lip, like spitting. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, bro, wipe your mouth.
Be safe, bro. Y'all done did some other shit. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, bro, holla at me, bro. Y'all done did some extra shit, bro. I just trying to help the community, try to keep the streets safe, try to keep motherfuckers and their kids from getting ran into. And then shit then went left.
One last question for you. Speaking of the community, there's all kinds of sensational stories. That's why we're here, to find out what's true, what's false.
The camera.
Tell me, can you give me your thoughts on why this small city, it's a population of just over 50,000, brought in so many Haitian migrants? It's estimated anywhere between 12 and 20,000. Different culture. Most of them don't speak English. What was the reason for them coming to Little Springfield, Ohio in the first place? And is this going to cause further tensions in the months and years down the road?
I'm gonna be real with y'all. As I've been going through this fucking journey, I've been learning a lot of shit. I seen John Legend say that the Springfield population was declining. So I guess the city of Springfield.
So you seen John Legend say that. You ain't never heard none of your family say that. You never heard any of the people in Springfield say that. Like the first, if the population changed that drastically, the first person that you heard talk about that was John Legend. You ain't talked to none of your neighbors, your coworkers, people that you cool with about like what been going on in the city. What? I don't even think this dude from Springfield, man. Like, I don't think that he's from Springfield. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that he's from Ohio, for real. I just don't think that he's from Ohio. I don't think that he's from Springfield. John Legend from Springfield. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? John Legend from Springfield. I don't know if homeboy here is though.
Phil or Ohio reached out to some people. I don't know who the fuck they call it.
We had about 15,000 or so immigrants move to my town of 60,000. Now, you might say, wow, that's a lot of people for a town that only had 60,000 before that.
I see. Y'all gonna get mad at me and y'all gonna laugh at me about this. But John Legend looked like an Ohio dude. Like, he looked like he's from Ohio. You know what I'm saying? John Legend looked like he's from Ohio. You know what I'm saying? I think Kid Cudi from Ohio, too. He looked like an Ohio dude, too.
That's a 25% increase. That is correct. So you might imagine there are some challenges with, integrating a new population, new language, new culture, new dietary preferences, all kinds of reasons why there might be growing pains.
But hey, get people here. We got jobs here, and that's what the fuck they did.
Do you have a problem with them being here?
No. Okay. I said, if y'all gonna bring 20,000 people over here and they're not used to driving, help them drive. Teach them how to drive. Don't just bring people here and just drop them off and then they in traffic and they don't.
But see, I want y'all to pay attention. Like, do y'all notice how like I'm from Ohio, man? Do y'all hear how I'm talking about the process of getting a temporary license and like how a lot of these people, like, I don't understand how they got a temporary license, how they driving without a licensed driver in the car. Like, I know you have to do in Ohio. Like, I know that that's the law. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not talking about this stuff to me in a way that like shows that he's from Ohio. Like, I don't believe that he's from Ohio. I gotta see a driver's license, man. If you ain't got a real ID, you ain't from here. You know what I'm saying? Now, they are doing that. Shout out to Patrick, because now the evidence for that, right, is that woman whose mother-in-law got killed. The driver of that vehicle had an expired license plate, right, and a temporary driver's license. Now, in the state of Ohio, if you got a temporary driver's license, you're only supposed to be able to drive with a licensed driver in the passenger seat. And that person didn't end up getting charged.
Drive the correct way and y'all not doing something about it. Y'all need to make some type of procedure, help them some type of way, get a fucking driving school and get matter of fact, this is what they need to do. This is what America need to do. Since America want to get all these immigrants and bring them over here, y'all fucking a lot of shit up. Y'all need to go get it. Y'all got the money to do it. Go get a American orientation class. And that should go for every immigrant that come over here. Y'all need to go get an American orientation class like you do at a motherfucking job.
Now, again, this is again, the people that come over here illegally obviously ain't gonna get any type of anything, but people that come legally, they don't necessarily get an orientation class, but they take an American citizenship competency test. That's 200 questions. Like they do take some type of competency. Now, mind you, he said immigrants need to do this. So he's not making a distinction between illegal and legal. Again, one of the issues that people try to say when they talking about quote unquote hate speech, they say that people that speak in hate speech lump immigrants and illegals together. So again, this is what I'm saying. Somebody like this is trying to get the conversation laughed at, joked at, and not be made to be taken serious. That's a problem. That's just as much of a problem as anything else.
Job, like before you get to the floor on McDonald's, before you get onto the floor at a warehouse, and y'all get an American orientation thing and help them the correct way. Teach them how to drive. Teach them English. Fucking teach them finances. Teach them do's and don'ts. Teach them culture. You know what I'm saying? Teach them traffic. Do that. Get an American orientation thing before y'all try to just bring a different culture to a different culture, and then cultures clash, and then people don't understand shit. That's like a conquer divide and shit, and making people dislike people for no reason. And it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. They need to. I don't know, man.
Anthony, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, folks, the reason why we came all the way from Toronto was to really find out what is happening.
He said they came all the way from Toronto. You only went, what, about 5 or 6 hours? You only went about, maybe it might be 8. Maybe it might be 8. You only went 8 hours.
In Springfield, Ohio, why is there such a huge Haitian migrant influx to this city? And really, are those rumors about the animals and pets, are they true, or are they outrageous allegations? I think it's an important story. I hope you agree. Could you please go to our website, thetruthaboutspringfield.com. That's thetruthaboutspringfield.com. All in, Lincoln and I are probably going to run up expenses of $1,200 for gas, food, and lodging. We think this is a very important story. I hope you agree. Please, if you can, make a donation.
He probably right. That's about as much as it's going to cost. It's not going to be that expensive. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to get it. You're going to get a decent hotel room for that. Oh, shit, for that price, too. Damn. Hold on real quick. Y'all. Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell, take a moment and hit that bell. So, again, what's the point of this? Oh, look at this. Hold on real quick. I was about to end the live stream. We might actually have to look at one more thing. Y'all about to die laughing at this, though. This just came up. Y'all about to die laughing. Hold on real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just grab something real quick. Hold on. All right. back over there. All right, y'all about to be dying laughing. Y'all are about to be dying laughing. This is this is an exclusive. Y'all ready? Let me see. Hold on. When this was just put up 16 hours ago. Oh, y'all about to die laughing. I know this about to be pure comedy. Hold on real quick. Shout out to Carla. What's good with you, Carla?
Welcome to the show. You're on the air. Hey,
Good to talk to you.
thank you, Sonia. I appreciate you calling.
Well, I'm calling from the infamous Springfield, Ohio.
Oh, really?
Where I've lived my whole life and grew up here, and I wanted to talk about something that I haven't seen in the national news about. It really is truly a Haitian takeover in central Springfield, and one of the most tragic things that's happened from them being here is we have a Northwestern High School, and an illegal immigrant, Haitian, that did not speak any English, did not have a driver's license whatsoever, was driving a vehicle and crashed into a school bus full of children and overturned the bus, and one of the kids lost their lives.
Now, I think that this is she's talking about, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to James. What's good with it, bro? I think she's talking about that story of that boy who got deleted when the Haitian migrant hit the bus. This sounds like that story. So I think that this woman is a person who is aware of this story and is calling in about this story. I don't think that this is a new story, but we'll see. And again, just so you guys know, this is a call in clearly about more vehicle issues, not so much animal eating issues.
I heard about that in the news, national news.
Yeah, and so that happened. It really busted up our community, and it's
now.
Still...
I want you guys to pay very close attention to what this lady said. She said the news isn't talking about it, right? The news isn't talking about it because the family asked the news not to talk about it. Now, that's one of the few things that last guy, Anthony Harris, that we listened to, said that was true. He did say that, right? Because the reporter had brought that up, and he was like, well, let's not talk about them because the family don't want them talked about. That's why nobody's talking about that. You know what I'm saying? She's sitting up there like, well, the news isn't talking about that. The news isn't talking about that because then people said they don't want anybody talking about it. They said they don't want the kid's story to be politicized.
Really?
Where I've lived my whole life and grew up here, and I wanted to talk about something that I haven't seen in the national news.
Talk about something that I haven't seen in the national news. Well, first and foremost, this story has been in the national news. ABC published a story about it. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Fox published a story about it. And in each of those stories that was published about it, they posted the video from the city council meeting where the father said, we don't want this story politicized. So
about it really is truly a Haitian takeover in central Springfield, and one of the most tragic things that's happened from them being here is we have Northwestern High School.
Yeah,
and
shout out to Ulaw. Ulaw says, I believe it. These foreigners don't need no license. Yeah, here's my thing. I would say that foreigners or anyone who has not passed a driver's competency test and who is not confident and who is not competent in driving absolutely should not drive. And again, in the state of Ohio, right? See, a lot of these people that's getting into these car accidents in the state of Ohio, they're getting in these car accidents and they have temporary license. See, here's the problem. You're not allowed to drive with a temporary license without a licensed supervisor in the car. So how they're doing that is beyond me. Many of these people that's getting in these cars, I know in this instance, if I'm not in that first instance, a lot of these instances, they have a temp driver's license. Yeah, JJOH 4040. What's good with it? Yeah, there are multiple incidents occurring, right? There's a lot of car accidents. There's like there's an increase of like 8 to 10 car accidents happening a day. Did you? Yeah, man. They said it's like Escape from NY with all. It's like bumper cars there, man. That's why I said like I was gonna go down there and get y'all some footage, but man, I'm not going down there unless I got like an armored zombie-proof car with spikes on the bumper. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not about to go down there. And here go the thing. See, another thing in Ohio is you have to have uninsured motorist insurance. I don't know how these people is even getting insured. I don't think you can even get insurance if you only have a temporary driver's license. You know what I'm saying? So look at this. Here go to Ohio Revised Code, right? This is the site with all of the state laws on it. Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If y'all haven't smashed the like button, make sure y'all take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit the bell. Yeah, you ever seen them crazy souped up cars they be having it like in post-apocalyptic zombie movies? I'm not driving down there in Springfield unless I got something like that. One of them like a bunch of sheet metal on top of a regular car, because it sounds like you need something armored down there to survive. It sounds like a damn demolition derby. Like, man, I'm not about to do that. And nah, bro, nope. You know what I'm saying? And I and I got a rental car right now too. Yeah, right. Man, yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? So look, uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage. Any policy of insurance delivered or issued for delivery in this state with respect to any motor vehicle registered or principally garaged in this state that insures against loss resulting from liability imposed by law for bodily injury or death suffered by any person arising out of the ownership, maintenance, or use of a motor vehicle may, but is not required to, include uninsured motorist coverage, underinsured motorist coverage, or both uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage. So uninsured motorist coverage is where your insurance company will pay you a payout. It'll pay you an award if you are hit by somebody that doesn't have insurance. And what underinsured insurance does is if you get hit by somebody and their policy limits are too low to satisfy your insurance claim, the underinsured insurance will pay for the addition of what their policy pays up to the amount that you paid for with your premium. If that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If that don't make sense, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says, unless otherwise defined in the policy or any endorsement to the policy, motor vehicle for purposes of the uninsured motorist coverage, underinsured motorist coverage, or both underinsured and uninsured motorist coverage means a self-propelled vehicle designed for use and principally used on public roads, including an automobile, truck, semi-tractor, motorcycle, and bus. Motor vehicle also includes a motor home, provided the motor home is not stationary and is not being used as a temporary or permanent residence or office. Motor vehicle does not include a trolley, streetcar, trailer, railroad engine, railroad car, motorized bicycle, golf cart, off-road recreational vehicle, snowmobile, forklift, aircraft, watercraft, construction equipment, farm tractor, or other vehicle designed and principally used for agricultural purposes, mobile home vehicle traveling on treads or rails, or any similar device or a similar vehicle. For purposes of any uninsured motorist coverage, including a policy of insurance, an uninsured motorist is the owner or operator of a motor vehicle if any of these following conditions apply. there exists no bodily injury liability bond or insurance policy covering the owner's or operator's liability to the insured. The liability insurer denies coverage to the owner or operator or becomes the subject of insolvency proceedings in any state. The identity of the owner or operator cannot be determined. Now, that would fall under being undocumented temporarily, right? It's a lot of people that's undocumented that could kind of just like, they could vanish into thin air. Their identity can just be gone. You know what I'm saying? But independent corroborative evidence exists to prove that the bodily injury, sickness, disease, or death of the insured was proximately caused by the negligence or intentional actions of the unidentified operator of the motor vehicle. For purposes of Division B1C of this section, the testimony of any insured seeking recovery from the insurer shall not constitute independent corroborative evidence unless the testimony is supported by additional evidence. And so this is what I'm saying. You guys see that even in this law right here, there's a requirement of evidence, and a testimony ain't good enough. Testimony is only good enough if it's supported by additional evidence. So why is it that in other situations, if things just have a testimony, why should I just listen to the testimony when there should be testimony and evidence that supplements the testimony? I mean, I'm not being out of the realms. Like, that's not me being nice. That's just like me being rational. Like, evidentiary expectation is not like, that's not me being Mr. Nice Guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. Like, I wouldn't call these laws Mr. Nice Guy, and these laws have a evidentiary standard. Like that's just like normal for like critical thinking and for critical analysis. Like it's just normal procedure. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Look, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling y'all, I was like, man, I'm about to go down there. And like I said, I got the rental car. So you know what I'm saying? I throw some miles on that bad boy. Man, they got these people driving crazy like it's a demolition derby down there. Man, yeah, right. I react to some videos from the safety of my own home. You know what I'm saying? So look at this. It says the owner or operator has diplomatic immunity. Now, I don't think any of these migrants had diplomatic immunity. The owner or operator has immunity under Chapter 2744 of the revised code. So we would have to check out Chapter 2477. Right here in this go-to right here, we would have to put 2447. So we check that out for another day. But I'm gonna put these Ohio revised codes in the chat. I ain't gonna read all this. I mean, maybe if you guys really want to one day, I mean, I guess we could. But I think from you know, from our discussion here, I think you guys get the point. Y'all get the point, right? So what I'm saying is that I don't understand how these migrants are. I don't understand how they're driving or any of that. Like I don't get it. Like I truly do not understand it. I don't get it. You will get your car impounded if you don't have insurance, like in Ohio. Like for real, like the state highway patrol, they'll get you. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna throw these insurance laws in the chat. And hold on real quick. Torian, if you still in here, I'm about to shoot this link to this video in the Discord real quick. I'm gonna tag you in it. All right. And I'm gonna put it in the chat too. It's under Anthony Harris. All right, cool. There we go, right there. All right, so let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Yeah, so now this lady that called into JLP's show, does she know why they not talking about this really all like that on the news? And Jesse Lee just right there with, oh, yeah, they haven't really been talking about it that much. What do you think about Black History
An
Month?
illegal
That's what he watch. That's what he. That's what Jesse Lee about to ask her. Ma'am, what do you think about White History Month? Don't it just feel white to you?
immigrant Haitian that did not speak any English, did not have a driver's license whatsoever, was driving a vehicle and crashed into a school bus full of children and overturned the bus. And
Yeah, man.
I'm
Shoot.
calling from.
Damn, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, fact. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. I used to be an underwriter long time ago for a commercial insurance company that used to insure fleets of 18-wheelers, right? Like long time ago. And you got to have certain insurance policies in different states. Like I know like all along the East Coast, you got to have PIP, personal protection insurance. And then like in some states, it's required that you got to have MedPay. Like in every state, there's a different insurance law. Like you got to know all these different laws about how to put these policies together. I don't know, like the insurance complexities behind driving to me is enough to make me wonder who's insuring these people? What underwriter is they going to? And the price for the price of migrant car insurance got to be crazy if it's actually being calculated right. It got to be crazy. Like I really want to know what's going on with like going from getting a driver's license to getting insured. And again, I think like the reason why I want to know is because I know how all that stuff works. Like I used to have a certification that allows you to underwrite insurance policies. I think it was like Series 63 or something like that. Like I said, it was long time ago. But I used to be an underwriter for a commercial truck insurer. So, you know, the insurance for trucks is somewhat different than it is for automobiles, but for the most part, all of the policies is classified as the same. Like you got collision, you got comprehensive, you got liability, you got uninsured motorists, you got underinsured motorists, you got MedPay, you got personal protection insurance, aka PIP, and then like is some of these other, and then you got like that. What is that? The SR22 bond for people that is like ridiculous with the car accidents and bad driver's record. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like I know all of that stuff and like all the risk associated with it and like how to underwrite a policy. And this is why this stuff is just so mind-boggling to me. Like I know, like you gotta have a VIN number for the car. You gotta have a driver's license number. You gotta have a person's insurance history. You gotta have a driver's history. I don't even know how I don't even know how they get in this information. Like I don't even know how they had these things called forms. You know what I'm saying? Like you have like form. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever your insurance company is. Like say for instance, your insurance company is called Liberty Mutual. Like each page is a form, and they're called like Form L1 or Form L2 or something like that. LM1 or LM2, and it's because it's like Liberty Mutual, you know what I'm saying? So you have the form, and then like on the forms, they have like these little areas that's called fields, and the fields look like how an I-9 looks like when you fill out a tax return, right? So it'd be like these little boxes, and in the computer program that you're using to underwrite the insurance policy, you have to fill out all those forms, or you have to fill out all those fields. I don't even know how they're filling out all the fields. Yeah, they ask for accidents within the last 5 years. They run your plates. How they even getting the license and registration? Like, I don't even know how they doing that. How you getting the registration? And then, like I said, in Ohio, you got to take your shit for e-check every 2 years. I don't know if they do that in some of the states that y'all in, but if you don't take your car for an e-check, your license will be suspended. The BMV will send you a letter like your shit's suspended until you get an e-check. The only time you don't have to get an e-check is if you get a brand new car. Like if you purchased a new car, like I don't think you got to get you might not have to get an e-check for like the first 5 years or something like that. Yeah, you got to have a minimum of a $1 million insurance policy. Yeah, facts. Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, for the semi, you got to have $1 million insurance, like a policy limit of $1 million. I think it's like $1 million. They do it like $1 million $500,000 or something like that. And I forget what the deductible is. I think like the minimum deductible is like $1,500 or something like that.
Did not speak any English, did not have a driver's license whatsoever, was driving a vehicle and crashed into a school bus full of children and overturned the bus, and one of the kids lost their lives.
I heard about that in the news, national news.
Yeah, and so that happened. That's
Now, see, this is what I was saying about how Jesse, Jesse, listen, y'all might not like me for saying this, but I've always said this, and I'm gonna stand on this, and I'll be more than happy to show y'all examples if y'all don't believe me. Jesse's not as dumb as people make him out to be. Jesse talks slow, but his brain fast, and Jesse be like roasting people on the sly in a passive aggressive way, where he'll say something and it's like, so he says it where it sounds so dumb, it'll go over your head. But like, he just roasted you. Like, he just roasted this lady. Like, this lady was like, you haven't heard nothing about this in the national news. Like, in the first sentence, he said, I just had this in the national news. And then he tricked her and she said, yeah. That's just like Jesse Lee, man, when he beat Dr. Rashad Ritchie in the debate, and Dr. Rashad Ritchie got all mad and hung up on him. Jesse Lee, something else, man. Nah, Jesse ain't disabled, man. He is not mentally disabled, man. I'm telling you, Jesse Lee be slow cooking people, and they don't be catching it. Jesse Lee be beating people in debates legit and be cooking them, and like it just don't get caught because he talk like an 8-year-old. But if you go down and listen to what he be saying, you be like, Jesse just burnt this fool. You know what I'm saying?
really busted up our community, and it's still a sad sore spot. And I have also tried to go to the Walmart there, and there are crowds of literally.
Jesse Lee be like, I'm slow, I'm stupid, I don't know what's going on. I don't know any doggone thing. I'm so slow, I'm so stupid. This fool done pickpocketed you and stole your car, and you don't even know. You just standing there. We got about $5,000. We can go buy some food. I want to go where the white people cook it at.
Just crowds of 2 to 5 foreign people, all of the Haitian descent, standing around in the parking lot, usually talking on phones, being real rude, just everywhere in the parking lot. You got to walk.
He don't care nothing about what this lady's saying at all. You hear him? Amazing. He just making ad libs. He don't care. He doesn't care. He don't care because he already heard the story. He just told her, I heard the story in the national news when you said it wasn't in the national news.
Crowds of 2 to 5 foreign people, all of the Haitian descent, standing around in the parking lot, usually talking on phones, being real rude, just everywhere in the parking lot. You got to walk around them. You got to park around them. They're always at the customer service, lines of them at the customer service arguing about they want like Best Western and cash transfers and stuff.
Wow.
And we have a really beautiful, gorgeous park here in Springfield called Snyder Park. And I believe that the cats and dogs being eaten is most definitely true, because I've seen the Haitian people chasing the Canadian geese around at the park and capturing them. I've even seen them walking in the park with the geese under their arm.
Nobody got no videos? It's happening that much? And who the hell, like, them geese ain't biting no, but there's no geese bite emergency room visits? Cause then, like, I don't, man, listen, man, how many, we got geese where I stay at. You know what I'm saying? And listen, geese will roll up on you. They'll roll up on you like, hey, cuh. Hey, cuh. This our pond, cuh. And if it's a whole geese, because sometimes it'd be different. Like sometimes it might be 6 geese. But if it's one of them days when it's like 30, oh yeah. They'd be like, today I got time, cuz. And they'll come at you. And they'll all come at, like, if you come at one of them geese, All them geese will come at you. They'll all start attacking you. They will jump you. I kid you not. Don't let it be no little young geese with them neither. They gonna go in. Right. Shout out to Shatera. Right. Them geese don't be, man, listen, man. I'm trying, if y'all ain't never been like acclimated to like no nature or like been around like, you know, in the woods or anything like that, or like by a pond or anything, listen. Them geese will get at you. I'm gonna tell you the animals that'll get at you right now. A coyote will get at you. A fox will get at you. Geese will get at you, and they get more aggressive depending on how many there are. A raccoon will get at you. It's not people. Listen, they got to be. If how is they having more strain on the hospital if people not coming there with geese bites? All these wild feral animals that they talking about that these people trying to get, somebody would have got bit or got bit up. You're not about to be just snatching up geese and like don't nothing happen to you. I'm sorry. Bobcats, facts. I forgot all it's facts. Shout out to Caldona. Facts. Bobcats. Listen, raccoons will run up on you and then stand up. And I got a rule. I don't mess with animals that get up on their hind legs and fight you like a person. I'm not messing with no animal that do that. I don't mess with no kangaroos. I don't mess with no Komodo dragons. I don't mess with raccoons. I don't mess with bears. I don't mess with no gorillas. Any animal that will square up with you, nah, bruh. Nope. Nope. Bet I don't. Bet I don't.
I saw one kid that was picking the geese up by its feet and like leaving the park with
Wow.
it. So I believe they're probably eating the geese.
Listen, man, all you got to look up a video on YouTube of a kangaroo knocking somebody out. A kangaroo will knock you out like you scrapping with a person, for real. Bro, I just got a rule. Any animal that stand up on their hind legs, I don't care what if they're a mammal or if they're a reptile or if they're amphibian. I don't care. If you're an animal and you stand up on your hind legs and square up and fight, that's one species of animals to me. I don't care about the animal kingdom. I got my own phylums and genus species that I classify animals as, and that shit there is all one species. That species is called I don't mess with y'all.
Too, and it's just a really it's not a safe place to be when you want to drive your car down. I'm going to name names, and Bechtel Avenue is a place where they really congregate. There's like a lot of shopping places. The Walmart is there, a lot of restaurants and stuff, and it's just overrun with illegal immigrants.
That's
They can't speak
amazing.
our language.
So,
Ronnie, bro, go look at. I'm telling you, it's videos of people fist fighting kangaroos and getting beat up on YouTube. Like kangaroo would two-piece somebody up and then do that little move, like you said, with the tail, and double kick somebody in the chest and had a chest cracked open. Yeah, I ain't messing with no gorilla, bro. Shout out to Torian. Nah, no. Nope. No, sir. I'm telling you, bro. I ain't messing with no animal that stand up. I don't even care if it's a raccoon, a possum. Nah. You stand up, I'm going the other direction. Nah, go ahead, man. Do what you about to do. I don't even mess with animals for real or like that. Like no animals for real. Like they too unpredictable and crazy for me.
Yeah.
So you have you heard or seen for yourself anyone witness these people eating cats and dogs?
I have not seen, but I know of two neighbors on a particular street that have.
See, so now they done called into the Jesse Lee Peterson show, and the lady that called into the Jesse Lee Peterson show is just like everybody else. It's just all hearsay. You said the raccoon was trying to argue with and fight your shark. Yeah, shout out to Torian. Bro, they all are hearsay. Every single one of them are hearsay. Every single one of them hearsay, bro. There's no eyewitness account. And JD Vance lied in the interview with Dana Bat. Was that interview? No, it was the interview on ABC. He lied on the interview on ABC and said that there was an account of someone eating a cat 30 miles away. There's no account of anybody eating a cat 30 miles away as of 9/17/2024, 7:42 a.m. AB Promotion said, stand up on their hind legs. Bro, if you an animal and you stand up and square with me and put your dukes up, bro, I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you. Nah, nope, man, please. One of us is going to die because, for one, I'm not about to fight you. I'm about to do you like how I would do a person. You know what I'm saying? You done turned yourself into a person. And that's why I'm walking away. I ain't even messing with you. You know what I'm saying?
Explained that their pets are missing. But one was both cat owners, and one of the cats had, I think, 3 kittens, and all the kittens and the cat is missing, and so is the next door neighbor's cat.
Wow. And
it's kind of
like the thing is, okay, so they ain't got no ring cameras on a, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't got no ring cameras on your door. Like, so just because the cat came up missing, the cat came up missing, and it came up missing because of the migrants. Like, I can't, like you got to have some evidence. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just, like, you got to have some evidence. How many of y'all agree? They need to have some evidence. They definitely need to have some evidence. You know what I'm saying?
Usual thing. One of the cats is like 10 years old, so it wouldn't just all of a sudden run away.
That's amazing. How are you personally feeling about this invasion?
JLP said that's amazing.
I feel violated. I feel like it's really unfair. And I also feel almost unwelcome in my own town.
Yeah.
For example, going shopping in the area, and, you know, I get from the groups of people, you get dirty looks, you get, they don't move out of your way if you're trying to push. It's an uneasy feeling.
So why, and I've been asking this for a long time, why are white people afraid to stand up for themselves?
This is what, there you go. I told you Jesse was going to say that. I told you Jesse was going to say something white. Jesse Lee don't think that quote unquote white people stand up for themselves. What do you call, I don't know, any of the race massacres that ever occurred in the United States? I mean, I don't know. I guess I technically wouldn't call that standing up for myself. That would be being a subhuman bully, right? But to act as if, quote unquote, they're not standing up for themselves, I would say that what JD Vance is doing, I mean, that would be considered standing up for them. But JLP crazy, and he just trolling, entertaining himself, and this is his form of entertainment. So, you know what I'm saying? This is what he do. Oh man. Well, why don't white people defend themselves? Why don't you just go burn some more crosses down there? Why don't you just have another waste massacre? You guys remember Wilmington, North Carolina? Why don't you do that? That's Jesse. You know what I'm saying?
White people?
Yes. Why do they let things like this?
So now Jesse Lee Peterson believes that all the migrants that are affecting the black cities should go ahead and negatively affect the black cities. His only concern is the white cities. Now, what's interesting about this is it's been some very weird, odd rumors that have come out about Jesse Lee Peterson doing some very trifling, as he would say, quote unquote, unchristian-like things, right? Some suspect things They say they got some evidence of him out here doing like
just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
And not one of those people that came with them rumors of him moving like this.
Just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
Didn't nobody black say none of that about him. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
It happened. Go ahead.
I personally am not. I actually sport one of your White History Month shirts in the month of July.
Right on.
And I get
July.
I get a lot of blow.
Oh man. Oh man, Jesse Lee living his best life, man. He living his best life.
Back. I really get a lot of blowback on that. If say I'm in a conversation, I'm 47. If I have a conversation with a group of my peers and I say like, oh, I'm gonna maybe put a sticker or like a MAGA thing or a Springfield Strong type of shirt or voice my opinion, people are always like, oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. No, you better look out. There, people always warn me, I could get shot. I could get anything could happen. I could get.
If you got a husband, your chances of getting shot are higher. The way them families get down in the suburbs. Now, my question to Jesse Lee Peterson is, what would he think about Trump? If he want to keep Trump safe, right? My advice for Jesse Lee would be to advise Trump to do all of his remaining rallies in black areas. And the reason why is because, Trump posted that 0 out of 2 on Truth Social, but he's 2-0 of getting shot at by white people in majority white areas. If that's a fact, give me a thumbs up. If it's misinformation, if we shouldn't be bringing race up, if we're forbidden to talk about these kind of things, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, you know what's interesting? I remember when I reacted to that video that Mark Dice did where he was talking about the Bronx. Oh, man, he was talking about the Bronx so crazy, wasn't he? Talking about how bad it was about diversity. In the non-diverse areas, them the areas where Trump got shot at. Them the areas where his boy almost got his brains blown out at. And you know what's interesting about that? He hasn't motioned that labia attached to his face that he calls a mouth to even address that. That's wild, man.
Get carjacked. And so I personally am not afraid, but I'd say the majority is. I'm proud of who I am and what I am. I didn't have a choice in it. I'm meant to be here, and I have just as much right as anyone else. And if other races or other nationalities would respect me, I respect them just the same. But I don't feel respected by anyone.
I know. What a man. So last thing that
I'm sorry, but I don't know, man. The historical resume doesn't really warrant respect collectively in that direction. And I honestly, you don't really have a right to be here. You guys were the Haitians, you know what I'm saying? What, in the 1500s? Except for the Haitians ain't kicking nobody's heads around and calling it Thanksgiving. Yeah, shout out to Torian. They don't care about W on W crime. They don't care about familicide.
Got to run. Now that these people are there in Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, there's no way that they're going to be put out of the town. Are the white people going to
housing?
Are the white people going to move away, or are they just going to tolerate it? How's that going to go?
I'll tell you, it's a really sad thing, and I don't want it to be true, but I have a feeling that we're just going to tolerate it. We are building an enormous 400,000 unit, like a low income housing development to house these people.
Wow. So that
So I
means,
think people are just rolling over and accepting it.
and it's only going to get worse because those that are there already, the Haitians that are there, eventually they're going to have more of their family members and friends come over to Ohio from Haiti, and it's just going to get worse. It's not going to get better.
That's right, and they'll be able to afford the housing because they get assistance.
Hey,
and
listen,
people that are paying.
hey, listen. I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I'm gonna drop some game on y'all real quick, man. That Lacoste, they got the cologne, the Lacoste Gray. I don't know if any of y'all ever smelled that Lacoste Gray. That's some really good cologne. I like Lacoste cologne. The gray one, man, listen. I like them colognes that smell like Jean-Paul Gaultier and Dolce & Gabbana. Dolce & Gabbana Blue. That type, man, that's some good stuff right there. It's old though, so it's not really expensive anymore. Like back in the day, like when it had first came out, it was kind of expensive. It's not expensive no more though, because it's been out for so long. But I like, you would never go wrong with that. It's not that expensive, smell good, last long, it's not too strong. I tell y'all another good cologne that's real good. Like if you really try, shout out to the fellas, right? Actually, this stuff is so good, you know what I'm saying? It might actually work on some women, you know what I'm saying? If you really want to like get somebody's pheromones charged up, you know what I'm saying? Like you want to go to the club and like walk past a woman and she just can't even control herself. Get the Red Bottle of Desire by Dunhill. When you walk past somebody at a club or anywhere, you're gonna snatch their soul right out of their body, and they're gonna follow you to wherever y'all can get horizontal at. I'm dead serious. You know what I'm saying?
Those bills for them, and working for a living, paying our taxes, are not going to be able to pay our mortgages anymore.
That's amazing. One last question, Sonia, that I gotta run. When and if Trump get in, will he? I don't know if you know that.
Shout out to Toria. You know what I'm saying? Toria said, you know, from experience, hey, like that lady said, you know how she said, I will, you know what I'm saying? I do.
Answer to this or not. But will he be able to deport these people back to Haiti?
I trust that he will. Yes, I believe he will be able to, and I think he will take action on that.
I do too. I do too if he get in.
Oh, good. Awesome. Amen.
Amazing call. Watch out for your cats and dogs. Amazing call. I really appreciate it. And you just be aware down there and call me again.
Oh, sure thing. Thanks again for taking my call. Awesome, Jesse. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
It's just, hey, listen, man. JLP doing something right. He got people that have been watching him for years. You know what I'm saying? But it's just I don't even know what to say, man. JLP is just he's a wild boy. That's all I gotta say, man. He a wild boy. Oh, you know what? We'll actually do another fresh reaction to this JD Vance and Dana Bash interview, because we only got through half of it. So we're gonna have to revisit that. We're gonna definitely have to revisit that. But we'll revisit it later on tonight. So I scheduled a live stream that I had scheduled at 8:00. I rescheduled it for 12:55 a.m. tonight. And I know that that's probably late, you know what I'm saying? But you know, it is what it is. Y'all catch the replay or whatever, and I'm gonna try to cut up some clips. You know what I'm saying? And y'all be able to hopefully enjoy the clips and catch the clips. So shout out to everybody. I thought this was a good live stream. Shout out to the little, conversations that we had. I appreciate each and every one of y'all for being here. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, take a moment, hit that like button. AB said, I wear Tom Ford. That Jay-Z made a song called Tom Ford. Kevin Samuels used to mess with the Tom Ford heavy. He used to have a Tom Ford sign in the background. You know what I'm saying? I never messed with no Tom Ford, though. I don't know how that is. Like, once I find something that I like and I find something that works, like, for the most part, I stick with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you something. Shout out to Volvo. What's good with it, Volvo? I'm gonna tell you something. Desire by Dunhill works. That works. And if you got some other party favors going for you, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all chilling somewhere, y'all sipping it up, you know what I'm saying? Pulling it up, smoking it up, all that, man, listen. Guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Like Gambit on X-Men say, guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? Guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, as always,